work related to Pakistan. As many of you know, with bringing fellows here, taking Johns Hopkins students to Pakistan, various research projects in the social sciences and in public health and other areas. So we're very happy to be here. I would also say that for those of you who are here in person and not watching online, but if you go up to the 7th floor cafe, we're very pleased to have a mosaic by Shazia Sikandar from Lahore installed up there. It's one of the many beautiful spaces made all the more beautiful by that installation art. So I would encourage you to drink the coffee in the back of the room because it's free, but if you go up to the 7th floor, you can look at that art. I would just say finally, before we begin this conversation this morning, that I'm really pleased to be able to do this conference again this year in partnership with the Atlantic Council. This has been a fantastic partnership. And, I really feel like the test of a good conference is whether the organizers learn a lot from the sessions, right? If they do, then it's an interesting, useful experience. If they don't, it's just an exercise in advocacy or promoting in-house products. So this, from our conversations yesterday, the sessions yesterday, I thought they were very interesting, and I learned a lot about sectors within Pakistan and trends and developments that I hadn't known about and hadn't been following deeply. So I consider that to be the mark of a great partnership, and I'm glad to be here and to be able to work with Uzair, whom everyone describes as being energetic, and that is in fact the right word to describe what this partnership has been like. I'm very pleased this morning to be able to kick us off with a conversation with Amir Hussain, who's joining us from Texas. His bio is really quite extraordinary. He describes himself as a serial entrepreneur. Which is, if you look at his bio, just again and again and again, he's pushed into new areas, into new fields. He is on the board of advisors of the University of Texas at Austin, Department of Computer Science, and on the NATO Maritime Unmanned Systems Innovation Advisory Board. I bet that has a long acronym that I'm not going to attempt, as a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. And he, about a decade ago, he incorporated Spark Cognition, an AI company, where he served as the founder and CEO. And as we'll discuss, this is a company that has some really incredible partnerships with Fortune 100 companies and others around the world. About 5 years ago, he became the founding CEO of SkyGrid, which is another thing I want to talk to him about. A venture that's building an aerial operating system for the future, and he's also done work in the defense space with Spark Cognition Government Systems, chaired by former Deputy Secretary of Defense Bob Work. He's been awarded over 24 patents and has a number of books. I would really commend to you this book from a few years ago, The Sentient Machine, and more recently a really wonderful, pithy book called Generative AI for Leaders. So he is an author, an innovator, a business leader, and just really delighted that he would make time to be with us today. So welcome.
Well, thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you all for being here. It's a real pleasure to be with you.
I wanted to begin, maybe ask you to give a précis of your career, and in particular some of the pathway of some of the technologies you've worked on that have been most interesting and exciting for you, and then I also want to push hear more about a few of those, and then
Sure.
We will at some point pivot to Pakistan and sort of the intersection of these technologies with
Sure.
With the developing world.
Yeah, I'll start early, but I'll try and make the story quick. I've been in love with computers and software and technology since the age of 4. I chanced upon a Commodore 64 that I still remember clear as day, running Hangman, and that was the first time when I realized that this TV screen, which was essentially passive in the sense that you couldn't control it. Whatever was coming from the other end was coming and you had no control over it. And now suddenly with this device, with this computer connected to the TV, all of it became fungible, all of it became changeable. And this idea of gaining control over a system of that type immediately sparked in my mind, well, what could I do with this? I could build worlds, I could do anything I wanted to with the combination of this. So sometimes that spark goes off in your mind, you develop a hypothesis, and that hypothesis drives you for the rest of your life. And that really is my story in a nutshell. I was born in Lahore. I grew up there, went to Aitchison College, and then dropped out when I was in the 8th grade to take my O-levels and A-levels privately. I completed my bachelor's when I was 15, joined my bachelor's when I was 15, completed it when I was 17, and came to the United States to pursue a graduate degree at the University of Texas at Austin. Dropped out of the PhD program and launched my first venture-funded startup. Sold that, did another one, sold that, and then fast forward in 2013, I started Spark Cognition. The reason for starting Spark Cognition was because, in my view at that time, first of all, artificial intelligence wasn't really being talked about broadly. But secondly, where it was being used in very narrow ways, which to me at least were somewhat myopic, even though they had business merit, but they were myopic. So for example, being able to recommend somebody the next movie to play on Netflix, or create an ad that people would click on more. Interesting, but not to me. So what I wanted to do was apply artificial intelligence in the real world. And as I started looking at the problem of infrastructure, one thing struck me, which is that infrastructure really makes the world go round. If you think about human progress, if you think about the quality of life all over the world, if you think about opportunities, oftentimes all of this boils down to the availability of infrastructure. Do you have electricity? Do you have clean water? Do you have reliable communications? Do you have inexpensive computational capacity on which to build your ideas? And so on and so forth, not to mention logistics and many other elements. So there was $100 trillion worth of infrastructure in the world. And my view was, what if we wrapped this infrastructure with smart software that would make this infrastructure function better? Because at the same time, we have the climate challenge. So we can't rip and replace this infrastructure, but we've got to reduce the CO2 emissions that come out of $100 trillion worth of stuff. We can't rip and replace it. So how do we solve that problem? By optimizing it with software. There's now issues of cyber threat to this infrastructure. How do we mitigate those for systems that were built in the 70s and 80s? You can do that with artificial intelligence. So this notion of being able to get more in a cleaner way, in a safer way, from hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure became the driving sort of idea behind Spark Cognition. And initially, we started talking to very large companies that operated grids and produced electricity. And many of them laughed me out of the room because their premise was, listen, how is this AI going to outdo the performance or the insight of a vibration analyst that has 40 years of experience in finding problems with our gear? How can this possibly do that? You're not even a vibration analyst, and you claim that you wrote this. So there was a complete disconnect between the ability for the software to do things intelligently and the knowledge needing to pre-exist and simply being encoded by a human as a transfer of 100% of the knowledge required into the body of software. There was this gap, which was, hey, the software can also learn. I might not be a grandmaster, but the program I've written to play chess can beat a grandmaster. So there's a delta between my knowledge of chess and the outcome. Where do you think that's coming from? If programs can't think, where do you think that's coming from? And in a similar vein, we realized that very quickly we could convince these large companies. Now, when you start a company like this with a guy and a PowerPoint and a little bit of code, and your goal is that you want to impact $100 trillion worth of infrastructure, the right way to go about it is not to try and find each one of these people individually, but to work with partners. So very succinctly, on the defense side, on the aviation side, we work with great partners like Boeing and brought in many investors, Temasek of Singapore and March Capital and State Street Bank and Verizon and the Hearst Company, and just a tremendous list of partners globally that have helped us get access to that infrastructure. And today, we have a very, very broad list of clients, and we are applying AI in exactly the way that we envisaged 10, 12 years ago. I say all of this to give you a sense of the conception of AI. Today, if you use ChatGPT, your conception might be, AI is a really smart chatbot. Or if you use DALL-E, you might say, AI is a way to generate really cool pictures. Or if you're a back-end engineer at Netflix, you might say, AI is a way to sell more ads. And what I'm here to tell you is that AI is the replication of the human mental muscle. I don't mean that in a medical sense. I don't mean that as in a 100%, this is exactly how it functions. But operationally and functionally and practically, it is able to take over functions which previously required the exercise of the human brain. And when you can do that with robotics on the one hand, i.e. replicate and improve on the output of the human muscle, and at the same time now equate or exceed the capacity of the human mental muscle, then we are at a crossroads. We are at a point of potentially exponential change in the world, and change that is very, very difficult for people outside the field, for people who are not engineers in this area, to truly fathom. And guess who are not engineers in this area? And guess who are people not deeply steeped in this field? All our politicians, all our leaders, all our regulators, almost every member of Congress. And therefore, everything that you see coming from them, even though I'm sure they've got their one-page summary from some number of advisors that have, by committee agreement, given them the talking points, the coherence of the actual proposal is lacking fundamentally. So I think this is a good time to talk about all these things in the context of our United States and in the context, of course, of Pakistan and developing countries.
Terrific. That's a refreshing summary in the era of so much AI-related gibberish in this town. I wanted to ask if you could help us think just over the horizon, right? There are, if you think sort of in phases or in waves, where are we first likely to see AI making a significant impact? I mean, you mentioned we see it in our Netflix algorithms and so forth, but in what sectors do you think are we likely to see this be impactful first? And then maybe just map out for us 2 or 3 waves of how you think this will become impactful in significantly changing how companies across different sectors are operating.
So, frameworks are useful when the use cases are so large that you can't talk about all the use cases, so you kind of bundle things up in categories, and then by analogy, you can do more with that. So maybe there's 2 frameworks that kind of fit together here. One thing that's important to understand is that broadly, the AI that's being talked about these days is discriminative and generative. Discriminative AI is the kind of AI that is trained to discriminate or identify elements of a class from elements of other classes. So as an example, find the dog and not the cat. Find the tank hiding in the fields of Ukraine and not anything else. In other words, I'll train you with examples of these images, supervised learning, and you will discriminate. So that is a form of perception. Now, with generative AI, you are not providing an input to discriminate, but rather you are providing a huge set of examples of almost every type of text and object that might be on the internet. And then you're saying, can you create something that looks like this? Now, there's a little bit more science in how you tie the description of a thing with the picture of a thing, But let's separate that out for a moment. The point there is one is generative, one is creative, one can create from scratch, one can take descriptions in some other form like text and create for you a picture. And the first is discriminative, which is that it identifies differences between classes of objects. So if you think about it in those ways, then many applications kind of fall into those buckets. So in order to drive, let's say, a car autonomously, you have to discriminate. You have to look at the video of a road, and you have to discriminate the individuals crossing, a zebra crossing. You have to look at the lights. You have to look at the stop sign. You have to look at the status of the light. You have to look at the curvature of the road. You compute the angle of the road. But these are all objects that are there that you are discriminating amongst. When you talk to ChatGPT and it produces texts that don't previously exist, that might be influenced by the distribution of texts that it has been given access to, but that unique sequence of letters and words has never existed in the history of man previously. That is generative. It's the creation of something new. Now, the interesting thing, of course, is that we've been introduced to generative AI only in the context, or so far, in the context of characters or syllables or words as sequences, or as they're called, tokens. So what does ChatGPT do? ChatGPT has been trained on a huge corpus, a huge collection of documents, missing words. Sometimes the missing word is the next word, but with this technique, you also get broader context between just the next word and the last word. You get more context, so you can create semantic continuity. But this is not something that is limited just to text, because it turns out everything is a sequence. Pixels are a sequence. Little dabs of color that come together to create a picture are a sequence. Characters rolled together are a sequence. Actions taken by a human being to get from one end of the room to another end of the room are a sequence. And they're a sequence at multiple levels in terms of the motor controls that are going to activate the muscles in a certain way, or at a macro level in terms of turn right, take one step forward, put your left leg forward, etc. So the question, of course, is how much of this human world is just sequences? And when you think about that, and you realize that these transformers and this generative AI is showing amazing capability when it comes to sequences, you move far beyond the domain of perception, i.e. discrimination, and you move into the domain of action. And in the middle, you have the domain of decision. Perception, decision, action, and you have essentially autonomous ability. Now, there's a lot of debate about, well, how do we make the best decision? How do we make the most aligned decision, aligned with our interests, aligned with the goal of this thing? How do we make the decision based on a true understanding of what the system thinks? Because many neural networks are black boxes. So I wanted to give you that framework because this is sort of the equivalent of talking about the method of fishing as opposed to just finding a fish. But now let's move to a few specific fishes, a few specific examples. If you look at the rate at which the marketing profession, the content generation profession, has moved to ChatGPT, you can just tell. Go to LinkedIn, and you will tell that there's text, the last paragraph of which, and in summary, and there's a whole bunch of emojis in the middle. You can tell it's GPT. So, and this is kind of lazy GPT, right? Because you can use GPT as a valid tool, but then you got to clean it up. You got to make sure that the intent is preserved the way you want. It's a wonderful tool. But lazy GPT is where instantly any user can identify that, and that's happening a lot. So first thing that's already happening is in content creation, these types of systems are showing up. Now, that's not just on LinkedIn. It's also happening with schools. Assignments are being done with GPT. There's a very well-known table that shows how well GPT-4 does on the LSATs and ACTs and all these standardized tests across multiple subjects. And the reality is that even today, GPT, even in conversational terms, is smarter than probably 70 to 75% of the human beings you know in real life, depending on who you hang out with. And I found that to be quite accurate, right? The depth of the conversation you can conduct with a system like this, now particularly with an audio interface, it is truly a back and forth that leads to real insights and real discovery and real value on the part of you, the human. So all of this is this happening now, and yes, academics, yes, copywriting, but then also some nefarious things like cyber attacks, because when you write commands on the command line to scan a system, to identify the open ports on a system, to then run custom attacks related to those ports on a system. In other words, the process of running a cyber attack as a human being would carry that out. That too is a sequence. So in your mind, if you walk away from this part of the discussion today, what I really want you to do is to think about what all is a sequence. How much of my day is just a sequence? And everything that is a sequence is something that's learnable by a transformer. So that's the macro thought. And then at a micro level, most certainly, writing a document is clearly a generation of tokens that are part of a sequence. Launching a cyber attack is most certainly writing a series of tokens in response to inputs in the middle. Driving a car, control is most definitely a series of sequences. So Max Tegmark wrote something a while back where he said, why is it that neural networks can do such a great job of learning? In other words, the functions that a neural network learns, the curves in many dimensions that a neural network learns, why is it that they're so good at learning reality? And he found, being a physicist, he found that much of reality, the way the universe has evolved, many of the physical things that happen are all characterized by a certain class of function. And it so happens that neural networks are really good at modeling that particular class of function that happens to be everywhere in the universe. So the article, I think, was called "On the Unreasonable Effectiveness of Neural Networks." I think in a similar way, the analogy here is the unreasonable universality of a sequence-based approach to most human actions. That is something that is worth thinking about. And when you think about it in those terms, the light goes on and you say, aha, this is not really about AI making me my burger at McDonald's, or AI driving a car, or AI flying a autonomous aerial vehicle, or AI not turning the light from red to green until it verifies that I'm wearing a helmet while I'm on a bike. It's not just about facial recognition. It's not just about me walking up to a continental flight, it looking at my face, not needing my passport, letting me through. These aren't the only things. Actually, everything I pretty much do is a sequence. And that is the moment of either existential elation or existential dread. And I cover both of these in my book, The Sentient Machine.
I hope you experienced a little bit of both of those feelings in that description. As a former, for a short while, former programmer and math major, I would like to continue this conversation in this vein for a long time, but I do want to pivot to Pakistan.
Yes, please.
With these new technologies, with these new opportunities to think about bringing these models into a range of sectors, where do you see that Pakistan might have comparative advantages relative to countries like the United States, but also relative to its sort of peers in the developing world? What could those comparative advantages look like from your perspective?
Well, there's two things that I must say. One, it may initially appear to be rhetorical, but it's actually not rhetorical at all. I deeply believe it, and it's something that I think Pakistanis should reflect on very deeply. The ancient Egyptians didn't need the World Bank to build the pyramids. They went out, they used their hands, they dug up some soil, they mixed some, dried up wheat stock, and they started forming bricks in wooden squares. They baked them in the sun, and then they picked them up one by one, moved them, and built the greatest buildings known to man, that were the greatest buildings for millennia. There was no IMF loan, there was no Exim negotiation, there was just sheer human will.
No environmental impact study, probably?
Yeah, probably not needed either, but because it was all organic. So, but my point there is that if you take that kind of an approach, which is to say, I have to do a thing, and by God, I will do that thing, then what you do is you operate in a constraint-based environment. Within mathematics, there's this idea of constraint satisfaction problems. You're given a problem which already has numerous constraints around it. You can't do this, you can't look left, you can't look right, one of your hands is tied behind your back, now solve the problem. That is possible to do to the point where there's basically an entire area of science devoted to constraint satisfaction problems. And there are existence proofs throughout man's history. When I talk about Egypt, it's not the only example, of course. So why is it that our villages look the way that they look when we've had technology for 5,000 years that could make them look better and run in a more healthy way, and so on and so forth? So this is a very important point. It's not a rhetorical point. The question here is, how do you get people to get up and do the damn work? How do you do that? Now, that's one part of this. The other part of this is what technology can do. Because look, if you're not going to do anything, then nothing is going to do anything for you, including technology. But now let's come to technology. Pakistan is arguably 230 million people, maybe more, I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark. So there is probably an Australia-sized subset of Pakistan that can walk into the front door of any leading global company and competently execute a job at a top level. If that is the case, why don't we have an Australia-sized economy as a microcosm within Pakistan? Why? So I think this leads to the second issue of resource organization, because people individually can do only so much. Resources need to be organized. This is where Peter Drucker and many of the economics theorists, microeconomists come in. They say, okay, how do you organize these things? How do you fund something, and so on and so forth? We leave that aside because in micro cases that's actually solvable, and I'll tell you a story specifically on that topic. And then we come to the third piece, which is with what? What can you do with technology? That's what everybody wants to learn. And everybody wants to hear that artificial intelligence will come in and just magically you'll snap your fingers and everything's going to be done and the world will change. But for now, men and women must change the world. Maybe for the last time, and hopefully after that the machines will, but this last time, we do have to change the world ourselves. So the applications of technology in Pakistan are so vast. Look, what are Pakistan's problems? Financially, we've got a $30–40 billion deficit in terms of our current account deficit. We've just got to export $30 billion worth of stuff. And failing that, we've got to replace some of the stupid things we import from abroad and just build those locally. Both of those things are entirely possible. I had a wonderful discussion with one of our officials yesterday. And what I said to him was that, look, I know of people that are trying to build things locally in Pakistan that would implement substitution of imports. The challenge, of course, is that every single machine, every single device that they need to import in order to build those things that will replace imports, they get stuck at customs. So there are a few things like that that we've got to sort out. The government doesn't have to actively help. The government just doesn't have to be the land of Mordor. That's all. We don't need the government to be, the white knight on a horse that comes to rescue us. That's a bridge too far. We just don't want the orcs in the way every time something good is about to happen. That's it. And if they can manage that, then I think there's a lot of chance for a lot of progress. For example, what do I mean by this? I mean, again, just to contextualize it, look, if you're an entrepreneur and you say, okay, I'm going to go do this and I'm going to be able to deliver export products, and I'll solve the government's, or in part, solve the government's issue of not having enough dollars. And then you tell that guy, okay, you came up with the plan, you seem like a smart guy, you've done this before, you need these 5 machines to get going, but you know what, they're just stuck, and you're not going to get them. And you can do any level of explanation and any level, and there's just this sort of callous response. That's what I mean by getting in the way. We have to acknowledge this, because when you go to a department and you start talking to them, they'll tell you that, oh, our performance, look at this report, our performance was so excellent. I'm not talking about the report. I'm talking about the 5 things that you've got stuck behind that wall right now that you won't release. That's what I'm talking about. So there's that tactical level which needs to be addressed. The other part, and I'll shift this from the government to the private sector. The problem is, so I mentioned to you I went to HSN College. Now, for those of you who know HSN College, I don't need to say much. For those who don't, HSN College is where the rich sport boys go to study and get to know each other. So, so when I was in Pakistan in March and April, I met with my dear friends, these now grown-up rich spoiled boys, including myself, and we sat down and we had dinner. And all of them are doing very well. They're all highly successful. They're very, very intelligent. I love them to death. They're like my brothers. And so we started a conversation, and one of them said, oh, these days things are so bad. And I said, what's so bad? And he was like, well, you can't do this, you can't do that, the dollars here and the rupees there. I said, listen, all of you guys, there was like 7 or 8 of us. I said, all of you guys are so smart. You're so brilliant. You're so blessed. You've had money in your family for 3, 4, 5 generations. You've never known what it is like to be without money. I guarantee you, you will all die with money in the bank. All of you will die with money in the bank. What is the problem? Why are you not applying capital to things that make a difference in this country? Why are you complaining about the rate at which a plot in defense is increased in value? That's useless. Useless people do that. Useless people buy plots in defense and wait 4 years for the thing to go up. You've added 0 value. You're absolutely, utterly useless if you do that. Why would you do this?
You sound like a fun friend.
They still love me. I have a lovable side. But the reality is, it's true. It's true. What are you going to do? You're going to take your money and buy up some land that no one can use and sit on it for 6 years and then sell it. What is that? Why not apply that money to actually do something, to actually build something, take a risk? The issue here is risk-adjusted return. And what I'm saying is not just do a good deed. I'm saying do the risk-adjusted return calculation, because you might double your money in rupees in an otherwise depreciating currency over 2 or 3 years. But if you do an export business on a risk-adjusted return basis, you can do a lot more. It actually makes economic sense. So now the question is, what are you going to do? And with technology today, the government sort of has taken this view that, we're going to buy $250 million worth of laptops from US manufacturers, paint them yellow like those taxi cabs, distribute them to people, and then within a week have them sold at Hafiz Center in Lahore. And that's how we're going to use $250 million. Many of my friends in that domain, in that department, I've advised over and over again that if you were to just take these $250 million and start Pakistan's first sovereign fund in partnership with US venture capital and maybe now some Chinese venture capital, and just say the following: look, we want to be significant LPs in your fund, size the fund, put in, let's say, 50 across 5 funds, you're a significant LP. We ask only one thing. We will send each one of you, in which we are a significant LP, 10 of our best companies to present to you every year. If they meet your criteria, please admit them to your portfolio. If they don't meet your criteria, give them some feedback and put them on a plane back to Pakistan. That's it. That's all we ask. And if you look at the first time I officially met with somebody that was about to take this job was more than 10 years ago, 12 years, maybe even more ago when I first said this. If you model out what that $250 million that went into laptops would be worth today, and how many companies, 50 a year, would have gone through this process of integrating within an international technological ecosystem, of learning, of hiring people, of those people going out and launching companies, because that's how tech works. It would change the game, absolutely change the game. Now you need credibility. There are many Pakistanis here that have the credibility, that have built companies. And I think that's the other part, which is we've got to also be real. You know, these are not political appointments, nor should they be. If you're going to have somebody negotiate with a venture fund, the person should have done the thing before. You shouldn't just be somebody liked by a random politician. And if you want to have somebody run a local venture fund, what companies have you built? Show me the companies that you've successfully built. Because, you know, you've got to, if you want performance, you've got to be real about the thing, right? You're not going to ask the world's best chef to come and fix your plumbing. He's a great chef, but he's not a good plumber. So why would you take somebody that is an expert at being the best friend of every politician, but has never built a very large global company, and say, you will now run the thing? How? Based on what? So I think technology, again, with artificial intelligence, you can do a tremendous amount of things. We are actually trying to do LLM construction in Pakistan, really large language models in Pakistan with customized data sets. I'm involved with a company that is at the cutting edge of logistics, which I've personally funded. They're using artificial intelligence to optimize the loads in a less than full load vehicle as it's going around the country. So that saves CO2 emissions, it increases revenue, it delivers more goods more quickly. That's a use of AI in a very practical way. We've applied AI to firms like Nestle in Pakistan, helping them deal with quality and safety. There's a company called CHM, which is a German giant, chemical giant. They have a facility in Lahore, actually. They have a factory in Lahore. We've implemented visual AI systems there. So we're doing all of this. At KMLG, which is one of the largest cement producers in Pakistan, we've implemented AI technology that can learn from their machinery and then optimize the usage of electricity. Look, you can save electricity with AI. You can improve security with AI. You can do smart cities with AI. You can go in and plug into the current camera system and look for everything from health events to security events. You can put these things at the intersections of an airport, and in the US we have this near pandemic of collisions between aircrafts on the ground vehicles impacting. You can solve those problems with vision. The applications are so numerous, it's impossible in a place like this to list them. I'm giving you 6 things that we ourselves are doing in Pakistan. And if you look at globally, we've got 160,000 cameras installed across 16 countries. We've got 3 billion barrels of oil shipped using AI logistics software over the last 3 years. With our partnership with Boeing, we have 120,000 users using AI-based drone control software. So the possibilities are endless. I think what Pakistan can do is to do the opposite of what the advanced countries in the West are doing in terms of regulation and in terms of openness. But we'll come to that, I think, here in a follow-on question.
Yeah. So let me ask sort of one more question, which I think tees up our next panel as well on the geopolitics of this, which is if you look at the global technology landscape, I think there's some concern that it's becoming bimodal, right? You have the United States and the EU and its partners, and increasingly India, developing one sort of family of technology stacks, and then you have China, maybe Russia, and others developing another set of technology stacks and platforms and enabling environments. And I think, looking at Pakistan from the United States, one concern from here might be, well, what if Pakistan's on the wrong side of that fence, on the wrong side from the kinds of technologies that the U.S. and its partners are developing? So you see both sides in much more granular detail. What would you say to that?
Well, the first thing I would say is that I disagree that there are just two giants fighting this out, the US and China, and nobody else matters. I don't think that's the case. I think in many specific domains, there are countries that have shown tremendous progress and tremendous domestic progress. One of the countries that I'm very in awe of in terms of how much they've achieved in such a short period of time is Turkey. Now, they haven't done this broadly across every sector, but they've been building cars for a long time. They've been exporting a lot to Europe, so they had a very good mechatronics and mechanical engineering industry. They've built on that, and now they've become one of the world's largest drone exporters. But these are not dumb drones. They also have a whole collection of companies, Aselsan, Rocketsan, Havelsan, TAI, STM, you name it. There's a whole collection of companies around somebody like Baker that is supplying sensors and optics and communication systems and weapon systems that's making this an ecosystem. And now they run this amazing festival called Technofest, where they get university students and students of really from all classes coming in and getting excited about computing and aviation and so on. That is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger by the year. So I would say that Turkey actually has a lot of domestic technology. In fact, Pakistan has been collaborating very deeply with the Turks on a lot of that domestic technology. Yes, China is most definitely one power center in certain other areas which are low tech. But even a country like Iran has shown that it's possible to do something. You don't have to build an F-22. Not everybody has the need to build an F-22. But within certain constraints, again, going back to that constraint satisfaction problem, you can solve problems within certain constraints. So the issue is it really a bipolar world or is it not? So one is there are emerging centers of alternate technology that are coming up. The second point is that there are open standards, and this might be even more important. So let's take processors, which run the world. And all of this discussion around the US-China chip war has been around preventing China from building advanced chips, preventing access to GPUs, and so on and so forth. Well, now there's an open source architecture called RISC-V. It's neither ARM, it's neither Intel, it's neither Power. It's an open source architecture. So anybody can take that RISC-V architecture and start to build custom chips on top of that. It's early days, but there are a large number of startup companies. And interestingly, Pakistan has adopted RISC-V as its national compute core. This is very, very important. What Pakistan is saying is neither you, neither them. What we're going to do is we're going to build up the capability within VHDL, within very large-scale integration, VLSI, and we're going to start to add on top of this open source design things that we need. And my guess is it's going to start in the defense sector, but once you have those skills, you have those skills, right? Those people go on and launch other companies, they do other things. So RISC-V on the compute side, huge deal. Then there are AI training frameworks, which are now mostly open source, models that are open source. There are even network backends that are becoming increasingly open source. So the amount of information out there that allows somebody to create a program that's entirely domestic is definitely there. I agree that the latest, hottest 2 nanometer process that might come out of TSMC with a really advanced core architecture is not going to do what RISC-V will do, but the question is for what? Those types of processors are necessary for a certain small number of tasks, not for every task. We can build Pakistan up into the world's first cognitive agricultural environment with just RISC-V. We can build Pakistan up into the world's most advanced smart city platform with just RISC-V. We can do a lot of this totally domestically. We don't need 2 nanometer TSMC chips to achieve all of this. You can take the industry of Pakistan, you can put in systems that start saving 20, 30% electricity with these types of 8, 10, 12, 15-year-old chip technologies. Just add labor, which is a huge advantage that Pakistan has. Pakistan has the following advantages. Like I said, a big population, not all of whom are useful for this pursuit, but maybe an Australia-sized population is pretty useful for this pursuit. Number two, very deep relationships with Turkey and China, and I would say there is no other country that has equally deep relationships with both Turkey and China and actual operational programs. So yes, great relationships with the US, decent relationships with Russia, great relationship with China, great relationship with Turkey. So actually, Pakistan can get a lot of technology. And right now, Pakistan has been entered into the Chinese moon base project by China. And there are Pakistani scientists now working in China to do that. So it's a question of what all can we learn, what all can we bring in. And the answer is a lot. And you don't need the most advanced version of everything in order to make massive change to the country and to multiply the GDP many-fold. You don't need the 2 nano, even if, assuming that those weren't accessible to Pakistan, which they are today. But even outside of that, there's things to do. But in order to do all of this, you need to get into specificity, and you need to have the drive to do things. And like those rich friends of mine, you need to sort of make your minds to invest the capital. And that, to me, is my goal and my mission for the next many years, which is to encourage Pakistani entrepreneurs not to do boring things, but to do interesting things for a change.
This was an inspiring and provocative discussion. I wish it was part 1 of 7 that we could have today to unspool these ideas on the technology, on Pakistan's comparative place in an evolving global tech ecosystem, and on some of the specific applications, which are fascinating. But we have other great topics to get to, so if you would join me in thanking our speaker this morning, then we'll take a break.
Thank you.
Let's take a coffee break. I think there are plenty of frittata left, and we'll reconvene in a few minutes.
Thank you so much for a wonderful exchange.
That's great. Thank you. That's terrific.
They said, that's a rough. I said, it teaches resilience. That's
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next panel. If you can please find your seats. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next panel. If you can please find your seats.
I'll use that. Yeah, that's it.
All right, we're going live in 5, 4, 3.
Good morning, and welcome to this panel focusing on the geopolitical and foreign policy dynamics in Pakistan, South Asia, and beyond. A very simple and small topic, which I assume all three of my panelists will tackle very well. My name is Kapil Sharma, and I serve as the Senior Director for the South Asia Center and a colleague of Uzair at the Pakistan Initiative. I'm excited about this panel because the objective of the panel is to better understand how countries from the Gulf Cooperation Council, or the GCC, the Middle East, such as Iran, and Southeast Asia, such as Indonesia, have been managing their economic and foreign policy interests during these very turbulent times, which has been a theme over the last 2 days. Since we want this to be an actionable conference, we really want the panelists and some of the questions to really key out what are the key learnings that we can get from middle powers and their policies that can help guide and possibly provide a crystal ball for Pakistan and its own foreign policy choices. Now, I do want to make this also a very active panel. And so yesterday I heard that one of the panels received 10 questions online and from the audience. I will challenge everybody here that we should be able to get more than 10 questions for 3 very good panelists that I respect very dearly. If you want to ask questions online, please go to askask.org, and they will pop right in front of me, and I will be able to ask them. So we're going to jump right into it, and I want to start with Meredith and go right into Southeast Asia. Recently, Pakistan's Foreign Minister, Jalil Abbas Jalani, spoke on the importance of a peaceful and stable Asia-Pacific and emphasized that Pakistan was ready to collaborate with ASEAN states in achieving goals of confidence building and conflict prevention. He also mentioned that Pakistan's support for international order based on principles such as peaceful coexistence, amicable dispute resolution, win-win cooperation, and shared prosperity. One of Pakistan's key relationships in ASEAN is Indonesia, a partnership that started in 1951. And the caretaker Prime Minister Anwar al-Haq Kakar has said Pakistan's relationship with China is the cornerstone of its foreign policy and an anchor for regional peace and development. With that in mind, can Pakistan's leadership learn from Indonesia on how to balance its relationship between the US and China and the geopolitical rivalry between the two countries?
Thanks, Kapil, and thanks very much to the Atlantic Council and my alma mater, SAIS, for including me in this discussion. Indonesia and Pakistan have a very important relationship and a very historic one. They celebrated their 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations in 2020. And Pakistan, as you mentioned, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, Pakistan has been a sectoral dialogue partner of ASEAN since 1993 and a member of the ASEAN Regional Forum since 2004. Indonesia has a lot in common with Pakistan, I think, as well. It's the 4th largest country in the world, a democracy, and the largest Muslim majority country in the world, with Pakistan as the 2nd. And it, like Pakistan, is also looking at how to manage an increasingly fraught international geopolitical environment. I think Indonesian policymakers would absolutely share Pakistan's view that China is a critical stakeholder for regional peace and prosperity. And importantly, for Indonesia, it's an increasingly important economic partner and source of investment inflows. The United States is also a really important partner for Indonesia, a very significant export market, a longtime investor in the country, and Indonesians quietly appreciate the security umbrella and constraint that the US provides vis-a-vis China's quite expansive territorial claims in the South China Sea, which also impinge on the Natuna Islands, which are significant economically for Indonesia in terms of fishery stocks, but also gas resources that they're seeking to develop. Before going directly to the tools that Indonesia is using that Pakistan could consider integrating more fully into its approach, I wanted to share a little bit of context on Indonesia's relationships with both China and the US, which have evolved considerably since the country's independence. In the case of China and the US, Indonesia has oscillated from time to time between the two. Although since independence, it has identified as a non-aligned country and a country that pursues what they call a free and active foreign policy, meaning maximizing strategic autonomy and playing as active a role as conditions and capabilities provide. So for Indonesia historically, that's very much been focused on Southeast Asia, but we see that increasingly on the global stage as well. In the period following independence, Indonesia's first president, Sukarno, was very close to China. He was left-leaning. He was close to the Indonesian Communist Party and eventually was pushed out because of a failed coup in 1965, which brought President Suharto to power. He ruled from 1968 to 1998. He outlawed the Communist Party. There was a pretty brutal crackdown. Many people died. And severed relations with China until 1990. He also put in place constraints on ethnic Chinese in Indonesia in terms of their ability to express their culture or study their language or even use Chinese characters on imported products. So during that period, although Indonesia continued to maintain non-aligned status, it shifted much more closely to the US and indeed, as I just said, had no diplomatic relations with China. In the post-Cold War period, and particularly since the advent of democracy in Indonesia, there's been an opening up of space and a huge improvement in relations with China. On the US side, I think it's fair to say that Indonesia has often regarded the US as a distracted partner, one that is often pulled away and has this attention diverted to various other parts of the world. And in the pre-Trump era, the US also pushed quite hard for more trade liberalization, which has never found a strong support base in Indonesia. And importantly, and I think we'll turn to this more in the discussion, Indonesia also has diverged from the US in terms of matters of global policy, particularly the issue of Palestine, the invasion of Iraq, the global war on terror. All of these things were a divergence of views and have acted as something of a constraint on the relationship. So fast forward to today, we're coming up on the last year of a 10-year term from President Joko Widodo, who's known as Jokowi, in which he has pursued ever closer relations with China. Jokowi is Indonesia's first president in the democratic period who does not come from the elite. He came into office with a very specific mandate that he was going to improve the lives of ordinary Indonesians. And that has framed very, very tightly his foreign policy. Every country pursues a foreign policy that benefits their domestic interests. But I would say in the Jokowi era, that's been especially salient, and he's been very pragmatic. And he's leaned very heavily on Chinese investment to fulfill those goals, particularly in building out infrastructure to connect Indonesia's 17,000 islands. He's been to China, more than twice as many times as he's been to the United States. He's hosted government leaders and business leaders from China on a consistent basis and frequently sent his cabinet there. And it's paid off. Indonesia is the largest recipient of Chinese foreign direct investment from the period of 2018 to 2020. But Jokowi's had to do this while managing some domestic suspicions of China. Indonesia, as I mentioned earlier, is 87% Muslim country. You have the history of the coup, and many Indonesians who would view China as communist, therefore being atheist and subject to mistrust. So he's had to manage that domestically. And then he's also had to manage the fact that he wants to maintain a close relationship with the United States and continue to access the maximum amount of economic benefits possible, and position Indonesia in such a way that it can be the recipient of investments that are seeking to move away from China to diversify geopolitical risk and the supply chain disruptions that many countries experienced during COVID. So in doing this, Jokowi has relied, I would say, on a mix of approaches that have been consistent throughout Indonesia's foreign policy history, but recalibrated. First, I mentioned Indonesia's free and active foreign policy. That's continued to be a core part of Indonesia's approach. And we saw this very much on display when Indonesia hosted the G20 in 2022, where Jokowi invested a considerable amount of time in keeping all of the players at the table. He traveled to Russia, he traveled to Ukraine, he traveled to the G7 members, and really made the argument, especially to other middle powers at the G20, that the US and China should not ruin this platform for emerging economies, that it was important to maintain multilateral discussions where those economies had a voice. And he was successfully able to do that. I think it's also reflected in Indonesia's decision not to join the BRICS when they expanded their membership earlier this year, which was the subject of fairly healthy debate in Jakarta. But ultimately, the decision was made that in order to pursue maximum flexibility and freedom, and to avoid being pigeonholed into a camp that might take sides, Indonesia would opt out for now. Second, and a couple mentioned this at the outset, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations has been a bulwark of Indonesia's strategy for engaging with great powers. ASEAN is the 10, soon to be 11, including East Timor, Southeast Asian countries. It's a consensus-based organization that collectively is 770 million people, and has been used by the countries in the region to engage with great powers to increase voice and influence and impact, to diversify risk of confronting them on behaviors that may not be welcome in the region, and also leverage to fill the space that great power rivalries have left in terms of multilateral cooperation in Southeast Asia. Because China and Japan have a rivalry, China and India, the US and China, ASEAN has been able to position itself at the center of multilateral conversations within the region in a way that has been beneficial to Indonesia. And third, I'll just briefly mention, very important though, Indonesia sought to boost its own strategic and economic significance to both the US and China to strengthen its bargaining position. Jokowi's done this through a number of means, including, you may have seen the headlines about Indonesia's critical minerals policy, by mandating that minerals have to be processed within Indonesia. He's attracted a lot of Chinese investment into that sector, as well as manufacturing investment from Korea, China, and others for EVs, thus generating jobs for Indonesia, but also making the most of a critical commodity within the strategic competition between the US and China. There is an election coming up. I think we'll see a lot of continuity in these three different approaches, no matter who the winner is, but we might see some differences in emphasis between the US and China. I'm happy to talk more about that later, Cap, if that's of interest.
Absolutely, and actually I do want to just ask you a second question before we go to Jonathan. You talked about how Indonesia is trying to straddle between the two countries and not pick sides. How is that playing out with what's going on in the Middle East and in Europe with the two conflicts or wars?
Yeah, so on the Europe side, Indonesia's steadfastly refused to, quote unquote, take sides between Russia and Ukraine. But as I said, really invested a considerable amount of diplomatic capital in bringing the G20 members together, despite that huge divide within the membership about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the Middle East, Indonesia has had a long and abiding loyalty to Palestine that dates back to the 1950s. The first Asia-Africa conference was in Bandung. Indonesia is very proud of this. And Palestinian self-determination was one of the items on the agenda that they view as being unresolved. On top of that, it's a Muslim-majority country. There's a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian people, and it has a lot more resonance than, I would say, other issues like, for example, the Uyghurs or the treatment of the Rohingya in Myanmar. Palestine is top of mind for many Indonesians. So the government has condemned the violence against civilians. They have sent aid. I think that's one of the factors that may change depending on the election result in terms of how much more proactive or activist Indonesia becomes on that issue on the international stage. And depending, of course, on how the situation continues to unfold.
Yeah, I'm sure we will get into that, and I can see that people have responded to my challenge of questions, and very interesting questions are coming through right now. Jonathan, we're going to go from look east to look west and talk where, first of all, I want to say if you recognize his face, Jonathan has been all over news talking about what's going on in the Middle East. He's one of the Atlantic Council's top experts on the Middle East, so we're really delighted to have you and hear your perspective as well. South Asian countries like Pakistan and India have continued to deepen their strategic partnerships with the GCC, and those relationships are slowly impacting the dynamics in the Middle East. So the question for you is, what are the Middle East partners and partnerships like the GCC looking for from countries like Pakistan? What must Pakistan policymakers keep in mind as they try to adapt and retain their strategic relevance and strengthen ties with the Middle East while competing with other South Asian regional players? Or you could say player with S in the parens.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Cap and Uzair. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. I actually was fascinated by what Meredith was saying because I do not have expertise in Indonesia, even a little. I can find it on the map correctly, but it's about my limits, maybe a little more. But the type of policy that Indonesia has pursued, as Meredith has outlined it, is similar, frankly, to where I'm going to start with Saudi Arabia, because it is the biggest player in the region. The things that you're hearing come out of Riyadh, which is that Riyadh very much is determined to no longer be in anybody's camp. It is determined to be non-aligned, to pursue its own independent foreign policy, not only of the US or of China, but frankly even of the Middle East. Now, that comes with a bit of an asterisk because it wants to be independent, but it does want the rest of the Arab region to follow what it does. It views itself in this new world of multipolarity as the central pole in the Arab world. Rightly or wrongly, that is how it views itself. The challenge is, and this is where it's going to be challenging for a number of countries, including Pakistan, that have had historical and deep relationships with GCC countries, but especially with Saudi Arabia, is that even more so than what I think how it was described in terms of Indonesia, I'm among those who doesn't actually think Saudi Arabia has much of a foreign policy anymore. I think they have almost a singular domestic policy right now that is driven to achieving Vision 2030 accomplishments. And so everything within the foreign policy camp that they do, absolutely, is completely aligned to, does this get us closer to diversifying our economy, no longer being reliant on hydrocarbons, moving to a situation where we are a financial capital in the region, and we can talk about what that means vis-a-vis the UAE, moving toward a tourism capital, moving towards a sports capital. There's been a lot of talk, right, about Emirati investment. If folks saw the World Cup news, that they will probably get 2034. I understand, and I'm not going to, it is a longer conversation about whether this is sports washing or not. What I can tell you is that from their perspective, they don't see this first as sports washing. What they see it as is this will bring revenue. This will bring tourism. This will bring dollars that diversifies away from hydrocarbons. And if it helps them from a reputational benefit long term, great. But that's not actually what's driving this. And so I think the problem, though, becomes Saudi Arabia is not Qatar, which has, I think, the second highest GDP per capita in the world right now, after, I believe, Monaco. It is not the Emirates, which has, about 9.5 million people that live there, but only about a little over 1 million are citizens and Emiratis. Saudi Arabia has, a little over 30 million people. It is desperately trying to turn what is a much, much bigger ship than any of the smaller Gulf states in a way that competes against them. And for Saudi Arabia, the break-even point from oil revenue that's required is about somewhere in the mid-70s. But that's just to keep where they've been doing. What they really need, and what they will hear from them, is closer to really probably the mid-80s to have enough financial revenue long-term to make the type of diversification investments that they're looking for. Now, this affects Pakistan greatly, just as it affects a number of the regional countries. Jordan, Egypt especially, if folks are following what is a dire financial crisis in Egypt. The Palestinians, the Omanis. For years, there was a view, Lebanon certainly, there was a view that Saudi largesse would provide for many of these countries, and for years it did. And Riyadh has made a decision very explicitly that it is no longer willing to be the bank of most of the countries in not just the Arab world, but of the Muslim world as a whole. And so that is having, I think, a really big effect. You see it certainly, and my focus is in the region, I know it, where Jordan and Egypt are. It's created significant holes in some of the budgets that what used to be accounted for of financial support is no longer coming in. The Saudis think they cannot afford it anymore, that every dollar they have has to be reinvested back into their own country. Otherwise, they will not get ahead to where they want to go. Now, some of the smaller states still have some capacity to support, but again, the Emiratis are preparing for what I think is going to be, over the long term, an intra-regional conflict with the Saudis over competition for a lot of the same non-hydrocarbon type of revenue-generating efforts. The Qataris are so small, it's slightly different. And so that doesn't mean that for Pakistan there won't be support for the region, but it's not going to be close to what it is. Where there's an opportunity is the Saudis have also become more transactional than ever before. They see the Chinese model and appreciate it in that it's transactional, it's independent, they don't have to get involved in every issue. And so if Pakistan has diversification in their economy and something new to offer, Saudi Arabia will be a willing country to hear it out and possibly to invest and have the FDI go both ways, but it has to generate revenue for Saudi Arabia. The last thing I'll kind of say about the Gulf, which has been the focus, is, you know, the one problem, especially for the Saudis, but this actually goes for all the countries, and we're seeing it potentially play out in very real time. I haven't checked the news yet in the last half hour. The spread of a conflict like we're seeing right now between Israel and Hamas, if it spreads to Hezbollah, to regional states, the Houthis obviously are a real concern. Everything that Saudi Arabia wants to do is dependent on security. Not security for security's sake, but security because without security, there's not enough political risk insurance in the world to allow them to diversify the economy in the way they want, because nobody will provide the FDI that's necessary to move away from oil. What that means then is that the types of conflicts that we're seeing now play out, they will also be particularly appreciative of any partners who can help play a role in either mediating this, in settling this, in calming this. I do not believe Saudi Arabia cares where the peace comes from, as long as there's security and tranquility for them to do what they need to do domestically. And I think it's in that context that Pakistan wants to look at Saudi Arabia to see what can we offer in a very transactional manner, whether it's on the, you know, they're probably not going to be a mediator in this conflict, but more generally, can they have a role in the international relations, because they can have a role in certain aspects of economic development? Is there a role in manufacturing? Is there a role, whatever it is, I think that's going to be the way in through Saudi Arabia, and then the broader GCC in the years to come.
It's fascinating that you're talking about how Saudi Arabia primarily is trying to be more independent, similar to Indonesia, and the move of Muslim countries going in that direction. One country you did not talk about, which I'd like to ask you before we go to Musharraf, is Iran, which sits outside the GCC. How does Iran view its foreign policy with South Asia and Pakistan and the broader South Asia region? And how does that future relationship between Pakistan and Iran impact Pakistan's broader foreign policy interests, let's say, outside of the Middle East?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, look, obviously, Pakistan and Iran have a fairly contentious historic relationship. In part, that's been tied to Pakistan's close relationship with Saudi Arabia, the natural animosity between Saudi Arabia and Iran, I think, dragged Pakistan in. But not only. I mean, there was issues for a number of years related to what the Iranians will call security challenges stemming from Pakistan. The truth is, for Pakistan, there's a bit of an opportunity. It's not that China actually manage the rapprochement that we saw between Saudi Arabia and Iran a couple of months ago, about 6 months ago. That had been long in the works. The Iraqis and the Omanis actually did most of the work, but the Chinese did get it over the line. I think that there is a broader dynamic at play here related to Iran. And I don't know for the Pakistanis that the relationship is going to be as meaningful with Iran directly, though I'm sure, with calm in the region, there's opportunities, especially if Saudi Arabia and Iran are not at each other's throats, literally or figuratively. But with China, it seems to create another opportunity because of where that trilateral relationship between Pakistan, China, and Iran may go. Iran right now, there's a very big focus. I think sure people have heard about the $6 billion that the U.S. is trying to block, that Qatar is holding. Look, I'm not saying, without taking sides on that particular issue, again, another conversation, I'm not saying it's not important. It is, but it's a red herring. Right now, Iran is getting about $80 billion a year from illicit oil sales, almost all to China. So when you talk about an energy crisis, especially in places like Pakistan, the opportunity, and obviously there's a gas pipeline that hasn't been finished, which we'll talk about in a second. The opportunity from an energy and a low, cheap cost source of energy may be there actually right now. Now the problem is, obviously, it's all in massive violation of U.S. sanctions.
Right.
And how you square that circle and what it is Pakistan prioritizes in terms of its relationships, which I'll defer to the many people in the room who are Pakistan experts, I can't talk to. But for Iran, Iran is a willing partner. Iran needs revenue desperately. They're selling at a massive discount. But going after that, the Chinese deny it. I understand. But what you're seeing is the Iranians ship the oil largely off the coast of Malaysia. It's blended with crude that is not Iranian or off the coast of Singapore. And then it goes forward to various markets, most heavily China. There's other opportunities there. But there's going to have to be a choice made in a way that I think most countries don't want to make a choice. And they can do it without upsetting China, which is probably the big thing, but they can't do this without upsetting the U.S. And so, look, every country's foreign policy is a reflection of its domestic policy. I completely agree with that. Saudi even more so. But Pakistan is going to have to decide what's its most compelling and urgent need. If it's the energy markets, which obviously is the fuel for everything else in your society, if it's better relations that it thinks it can actually have with the U.S., if it's better relations with the GCC. But it's probably not going to be in a position to have all of these. And so there's going to have to be a decision made in Islamabad about how to prioritize in a way that maybe Saudi Arabia doesn't have to just because of its economic might, in a way Indonesia may not have to because they started, it sounds like, this process so many years ago and are already in a much more fluid position to be able to do what they want. It is worth noting, Saudi Arabia also didn't align with the BRICS yet. There was an invitation, they haven't actually responded. Iran immediately was like, yes, right? The invitation for Iran to come to the BRICS was not because of Iran's great economic might. It was largely from Russia and China about the US. That's the triangle, or frankly, it's probably a much bigger, hexagon that Pakistan's going to have to navigate as we go forward.
Fascinating, and more and more questions are coming through on this, and we'll get to some of these questions after we hear from Asharaf. And I'm going to give you some easy questions, just because we had a fabulous dinner last night, and I know you're capable of answering easy questions. Let's go into Israel-Hamas right off the bat.
My last visit to D.C. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. What are your general thoughts on the conflict, and how will countries like Pakistan manage this very complicated relationship with the Middle East and U.S. and Western powers?
Thanks, Cap. You've asked me for my thoughts on what Israel is doing in Gaza, and I think we can't, I think it's unfair to speak of that without referencing the 7th of October, but I also think it's wrong to pretend that October 7th happened in a vacuum with no intergenerational provocation. So, where does the thread actually end is the question for the ages that Middle East experts, much more capable than myself, kind of have to struggle with in this town and in Islamabad and everywhere else. But the depopulation of Gaza, or at least North Gaza, is which I think we're watching happen in real time, I think is a personal horror for me. I think it is for a lot of people, including, I think, a lot of Israelis. So the human tragedy of this, I think, trumps all other aspects of it. But I think to immediately take this from the personal and how I feel about it to what it means, not just for Pakistan, but I think for Indonesia, for Saudi Arabia, for Pakistan, is the fundamental driver of what Saudi Arabia is doing and what it's been doing vis-a-vis the normalization process with Israel is really about de-risking for the objective of achieving Vision 2030, which is principally an economic play, and it's an economic play that has a 50-year vision. So after Vision 2035, there's going to be 40, probably 45 and onwards. And so the purpose of that normalization process is to serve Vision 2030. Now, can any Vision 2030, the next stage of Indonesia's growth, the next stage of what Saudi Arabia is going to look like, and whatever comes out of the political chaos and disequilibrium in Pakistan. And I want to address that momentarily because I thought it was really interesting that foreign policy, of course, is a reflection of what a country is wanting to do inside. And so the big question that I can answer right away for Pakistan is the reason that Pakistan's foreign policy isn't always clear, although the instincts of the Pakistani elite are the same as the instincts in Jakarta or in Riyadh or in Abu Dhabi, which is we want to maximize the number of options that we have. We don't want to be told what to do. If we want to buy Iranian oil, for example, we should be able to do that, and the U.S. should treat us the way they treat India. When India, plays, I think, more than footsie. I think it's second base going in third with the Russians. But they get a complete, the reason you guys giggle is because nobody talks about what India is doing with Russia. That's where Pakistan would like to be. That's where Saudi Arabia, I think, is beginning to get to. That's where Indonesia, I think, found itself in 2022 at the G20, is to try and establish that autonomy. The reason Pakistan can't establish that autonomy is because of domestic, for lack of a better term, disequilibrium. The fact that the most popular political agents and actors in Pakistan are removed from office or jailed with no real consequences down the road for those people that are engaged in constitutional violations. And the fact that it's never really clear, although it's always clear, who's in charge in Islamabad. So that domestic fissure reflects itself in Pakistan not being able to understand Vision 2030 via Saudi Arabia, or not being able to find, despite very deep relations with Indonesia, not being able to find a smooth channel for plugging into ASEAN and what I think that market offers to Pakistani exporters, for example. That's a topic that we've been talking about. So the big challenge, bringing this back to what's happening in North Gaza in particular, is that it's going to become very difficult for the Indonesian elite to sell the idea of de-risking over a long period of time and developing a relationship with Tel Aviv when the people of Indonesia feel outraged by the very mention of Israel, having consumed, it's only a month so far, just less than a month. We might be looking at a year of these images being consumed by young Indonesians, by young Saudis, and especially by young Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Indian Muslims, all over the world. That consumption is going to make the distance between the instinct of the elites in these countries to want to de-risk, to want to engage with countries, to want to trade with them, to want to benefit from the vast and frankly globally superior technologies that companies and government agencies in Israel offer to these countries. But that offer cannot be at the cost of domestic stability. And I think that the big question for His Royal Highness in Riyadh, for the Indonesians, Even for countries like Morocco, which are much smaller and much further ahead in terms of feeding their people, educating their people, as compared to a country like Pakistan, is there a tipping point when efforts to normalize and to have that de-risking sort of profile globally and regionally comes into direct conflict with people's sense of right and wrong, people's sense of identity, the kind of personal, deep personal grievance and sadness. I'm too old to be angry, but you know, if you're a young person, and Pakistan has a median age of 23, so the deep anger and resentment that this is producing, I think that's a commonality that a lot of these middle power Muslim majority countries are gonna contend with. And I think what's interesting by contrast is a country like India, which has a different set of challenges on that front, but which over the last 10, 15 years has really clearly aligned itself politically in a different direction than maybe the old Nehruvian path might have led them to.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, this morning when I was skimming through news articles, there's been a lot of articles talking about how protesters are forcing the elite to reshape their foreign policy to the Middle East, and Pakistan is not immune from that, nor is Indonesia. I have 2 or 3 more questions for you because from the perspective that you're bringing, and I think for the benefit of the audience and those online, you should give your perspective of how you're seeing these things because of your unique background. I think that helps people appreciate what you're saying. Has Pakistan's approach to what's going on in the Middle East, has that been shaped or changed by the reaction during the Ukraine-Russian war, when the former prime minister traveled to Moscow at the outset of the war, and it really did cause Islamabad a lot of diplomatic headaches. Did Pakistan's elite, did they learn something from that? Did they change course? What are your thoughts about the fallout from that trip to Moscow?
That's a great question. I think that I'll go back to the instinct of the elite to want to not be. I think the big lesson learning in Pakistan was Turkey, and especially the Davutoglu Turkey, right? The kind of, we don't want to have any active conflicts. We have disagreements with countries, but we have to have those disagreements have to play out on dinner tables and boardroom tables and not through conflict. And we also don't want to communicate through the press. So if we have a problem, you know, there may be stuff that's happening in the mainstream news media, but we want to have a relationship with those countries that sorts those out. I think when you have that instinct, but the pressures of populism overriding that instinct is when you run into, and you don't have the muscularity economically, for example, or in terms of natural resources that in Indonesia or Saudi Arabia does, then you end up where Pakistan was at the end of February 2022 and throughout March, and frankly, it's been in that tailspin from that time onwards. And that is that Pakistan is very clearly, the Pakistani elite, the Pakistani military, they're not confused about needing to not align fully with China or fully with the US, needing to maintain a reasonable relationship with the Russians, but they recognize that in many ways, Pakistan's natural affinity and natural sort of alignment would be with Ukraine, given its own troubles with a larger, more powerful, richer country that doesn't see its existence foundationally as being legitimate. So of course, what I'm saying is Pakistan is to India what Ukraine is to Russia, and so that's not unclear to Pakistanis, but in the larger geopolitical game, I think Pakistani elites don't want to be aligned with one or the other. And I think that the trip to Russia, ill-advised, was because of an over-exuberance of wanting to express that autonomy without necessarily having done the necessary homework in terms of a conversation with DC, conversations with Moscow itself, frankly with Kiev. All of those ended up happening after his visit. A lot of folks here would recall that there was a lot of effort to demonstrate some degree of alignment and empathy with what the Ukrainians were going through immediately after the trip. That wasn't only external pressure, that was also the internal drive by the Pakistani elites as wanting to be like the Indonesians and the Saudis, not visibly on one or another side. I don't know whether that experience has taught the Pakistani elite any lessons, because the fundamentals of what is Pakistani dysfunction, as I said, is not about its foreign policy. It's about how matters of who is in charge are resolved back home. So as long as this dynamic and disequilibrium between Rawalpindi and between Islamabad, between populist or popular leaders and those that tend to know better in Pakistan, that's what's really fueling or driving the absence of lesson learning. So until that competition isn't resolved in a sustainable and predictable way, and this is something that alludes to points that have been made, I think, in every panel we've had over the last day and a half. Until that isn't resolved, then the ability to learn lessons is really secondary, because a lot of the foreign policy pronouncements or behaviors that you'll see will be a product of that competition. And of course, the best example of that is the narrative deployed, the narrative deployed by Imran Khan upon his ouster, that he was removed because the Americans wanted him gone. I don't want to get back into that, as many of you would know. That's been a debate that really has consumed Pakistan's politics, and I think a lot of the civility in our politics over the last year and a half. But I think now it's also consumed a lot of human rights and civil rights and freedoms back home. So one of the warnings that I've been trying to caution Pakistani elites about in the last couple of weeks, I've tried to write about what's happening in Gaza, not from the perspective of the outrage that is taking place in terms of how Palestinians are being killed every day, including children and babies and women and innocent people in hospitals and apartment buildings, but also, and more importantly for Pakistani elites, in terms of what this dynamic will do once again to the dynamic at home. And so if the Pakistani elite try to make decisions about this that are reflective of the same dualities and disparities that Russia-Ukraine represented and other often foreign policy choices represent, then Pakistan will be sleepwalking into yet another domestic/foreign affairs crisis.
So the way that you look at what's happening in Gaza, do the Pakistani elite look at it the same way as they deport hundreds of thousands of Afghanis from Pakistan to other countries? How do you think they manage that duality?
Well, let me first comment on that in terms of how I feel about it. I myself am a muhajir and a migrant multiple times over. My family came to Pakistan as South Asian Muslims looking for freedom and stability and security in a free homeland. That's where a lot of us, I think, should have some common ground with Israelis. And so, but I think that's the extent of that parallel working. The Afghans that are being evicted technically are supposed to be those that are not supposed to be in Pakistan. But to me, if Pakistan's very foundation was as a home and a safe haven for people that didn't want to be where they're from because they were scared, because they didn't have the right opportunities, then to me it's inconceivable that Pakistan would be run by people that would not want Afghans in Pakistan. So that's my personal view. Now, in terms of what this decision reflects, I think principally it reflects being fed up with the Afghan Taliban. This is a reaction to the Afghan Taliban's continued, I think, deep relationship with the TTP, which to us in Pakistan is the world's most important terrorist group. Why innocent Afghan men, women, and children have to be removed from relative security in Pakistan. And I say relative because it's not Beverly Hills, they're not living La Vida Loca in Pakistan, but they are living a better and safer life than they would back home. To my mind, evicting those people who, again, to my mind, and I think for a lot of friends here, represent the most powerful stock of public diplomacy and demonstration of what is truly Pakistani, which is virtue and goodness and hospitality and warmth and generosity. Those are innately Pakistani values. And so when the Pakistani Republic decides to evict even one Afghan refugee, what to say of thousands and potentially hundreds of thousands, I think it defeats and diminishes Pakistan's standing for itself. It also, frankly, undermines the aspirations of the Pakistani elite to be that autonomous middle power. Middle powers tend to be extremely sensitive. I don't like the term sport washing because I don't think that's what it is, but I'm also very partial to Vision 2030 and to Prime Minister MBS. But I think that a lot of the effort that these elites are making in places like Bangladesh, Indonesia, I'd say Poland is another, I think, important middle power, not in the Muslim world, decidedly, and Saudi Arabia. They're very interested in showing the world their best face. And so when Pakistan does this, it's taking one of the things that is its best face and flipping it around. It's denying 40 plus years of goodness and hospitality, for the large part. There's lots of individual bad stories. They're refugees, and it's been a long conflict. And Pakistan is not a great place, even for Pakistanis or Pakistani women, for example. But by and large, the story of the Pakistani state and the Afghan refugee is a good story that Pakistan should be able to tell. But when Pakistani elites decide to do things like this, and this is not the first time, there's been an increasing pressure over the last decade and a half. A lot of that comes, frankly, since I'm in Washington, I think it's fair to say, a lot of it also comes from the finger-wagging tone of the U.S., consistent U.S. administrations, basically telling Pakistan to do everything that the Americans wanted in Afghanistan without any sort of understanding or empathy about how difficult some of those things were, and the position that Pakistan was starting from, having been that position, partly because of the Pakistani elites having listened to friends in Washington, D.C. A generation prior to that. So I think it absolutely makes no sense for Afghan refugees to be evicted in this way. I'm not, like I said, I think the parallel with Israel and Palestine doesn't quite work because they are foreign nationals. However, 78% of Afghan refugees were born in Pakistan. So if any of those people who are official UNHCR recognized refugees are removed, like I said, to me, that's an affront to me personally, and certainly doesn't make sense if Pakistan is interested in seriously, placing itself before the world as a serious middle power.
So, first of all, fabulous comments. I think we broke the record, so our panel holds a record for questions asked online, so thank you. Mainly because I think what all three of you have been talking about are really relevant and people can actually relate to. But one common question that's come up a few times, and I think when we have a panel or a discussion like this, and this is the fault of the moderator, I have to admit, is I didn't define what a middle power is. It's kind of like, what does global south mean? So I'd love for the three of you to define what is a middle power, and what does it mean to be a middle power, and how does a middle power navigate this time where you are picking sides in all of these current conflicts? We'll start with you, Meredith.
I would say, I think Musharraf is writing an extensive paper on this, but
I actually have a different question for him, too, because there's an election coming up.
I'll take the opening salvo. I would say, first off, Indonesia aspires to be a great power. And when you were talking about Saudi's 2030 vision, I should have mentioned Indonesia's 2045 golden vision, which is to be developed country status at that point, which would make it one of the largest economies in the world. And it certainly sees itself as being a global player and one that's on a rising trajectory in that regard. But in terms of what is a middle power, in my view, it's a power that has a level of strategic autonomy, has the ability to exercise influence in venues, either regionally or globally, and has the ability to influence international outcomes. The Lowy Institute, which is a really fantastic Australian think tank, has done a ranking which goes into this in more detail across military, economic, diplomatic, And according to their rankings, Indonesia is sort of solidly in the middle of how they evaluate this, as is Vietnam, interestingly to me, because without going into their methodology, in my view, Indonesia has a lot more weight on the international stage by virtue of its size and also its geography. I mentioned Indonesia's investment in building out its strategic and economic importance to the U.S. and China. Some of that is the virtue of being an archipelago nation that is geographically distant from China and very strategically important for global trade and militaries as well in terms of transit through the region. So it was a bit of a meandering response, but I think the biggest piece of that cap is the strategic autonomy of it.
Which is also being harder to define these days, right? What is strategic autonomy? Jonathan?
So, because I actually agree with really how to define this. I think it works well. The one thing I will add is that I think there's also a requirement that for the middle powers that they not be dependent on other countries. So what I mean by that is every country has trade, every country has relations, every country brokers things that they don't have that they can import, things that they can import. But I think for a middle power, it needs to be able to have its sufficient own financial and security base, whether it's imported or not, and to be able to afford to have that base in a way that they don't have to rely on others to support them. So that doesn't mean that if there's a massive war, you're not going to get reliance and people asking either the US or China to come support, which China is not going to do. But the US, for some of the Middle East countries, might. But it does mean that they should be able to have enough security capacity to manage the what I'll call minor incursions, minor missile strikes, minor launches. So I think they're working toward this, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, but it is a real challenge for them if the Houthis decide to consistently strike, for instance, the kingdom. And it is why Saudi Arabia got so upset for the Abqaiq attacks, that it felt like the U.S. wasn't there, and we can have this debate somewhere else whether the U.S. did enough for both them and the Emirates than during the Biden administration. But there's, I think, a fundamental responsibility that they have to be able to provide some of their own protection, even if it's through U.S. assets. Similarly, I think economically, they have to be able to engage. If you're taking massive IMF loans, I think it's very hard to say you are a middle power. And this is something Egypt is going through, which has been, I would argue, historically a middle power for a lot of years, but is losing significantly that influence because it can't afford, even within its own country, to manage its financial debts, its financial crisis. Once you're dependent on somebody else, financially, economically, not through normal trade, but actually for support, just to fill budget gaps. Once you're dependent on somebody else, even for the most minor security issues, it's hard for you to say that you're a middle power because you don't have the opportunity or ability to project into whatever region you're in your own power.
So does the, I'm going to slightly tweak the question for you, Sharif, but does COVID change what a definition of a middle power is? Is there different levels now? Because personally, the way I looked at the rise of middle powers of the global south was coming out of the COVID pandemic, where countries soon realized about the dependency, about how 2 or 3 countries really dominated the supply chains, the ingredients, the vaccines, access to vaccines. And then this is where you started seeing countries really puff out their chest and say, no more. So where does COVID and pandemic and healthcare fall within your definition? Because both of you really use military. But what about healthcare? I got a different question for him. I just want to quick, because I listening to both of you, and it's a very defense-oriented
Yeah, that's a really interesting and important question, and certainly Indonesia reacted to its inability to procure vaccines by doubling down on developing its own pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, which has been a priority for quite some time, but not an easy problem to solve, given particularly access to key ingredients for the pharmaceutical sector, most of which Indonesia sources from China or India, actually. I think one of the key areas of dissension that emerged in the G20 meetings in Indonesia as well was around what actions the international community would or would not take to diversify research and development and vaccine manufacturing capacity. It's still an unresolved issue. I think it's one where we'll continue to see that discussion in Brazil's year and probably South Africa's for exactly the reasons that you've outlined, Cap. But I think it's in some ways a more challenging issue to fix even than the question of military prowess.
Yeah.
I think, look, so as the one person on the stage who's not actually focused on the global south, so I do look forward to you defining that for me, because I still don't know what it means.
Dang it.
Yeah, it comes back around, but we don't have to do it in this time. I think it's interesting because I think for most of the Saudi, the Emirates, other countries in the region that we would think of as middle powers in the Middle East, COVID actually was a bit of the straw that broke the camel's back, because I think COVID actually drove them to the strategic autonomy.
Right.
There was a view, I think, almost inherent within a lot of the Arab world that it had to have a level of dependence on the U.S. for security, on trade with China, even as it might not have wanted it. But because of the way the U.S. shut down, because of the way China shut down, what came out from a number of Middle East states was that we actually can't survive and be okay on our own and do this our own way. And it looked different in a couple of different places, especially within the GCC, about what that meant. Some of them actually got together in a much more meaningful way than they have. And I've got to be honest, it's interesting because the GCC, there's not an organization today in which there is less trust between members right now than in the GCC. But it had this impact of driving some of them together into this idea that they had to have greater strategic autonomy, and that, I think, is part of what is necessary to be a middle power. They don't have the same, for the most part, pharmaceutical base or manufacturing. That just hasn't been a focus. But it should certainly have an impact on how they think of themselves and their own capabilities.
February 11th is the next election, and millions of Pakistanis are going to be going to the polls. So, Musharraf, how do you see the elections impacting Pakistan's foreign policy, if it does? And how do they view themselves when it comes to, as a country? There were a lot of questions on this. Is Pakistan really a middle power? But I'd like to ask the question, since I think we all concede that a lot of foreign policy is driven by domestic politics. So really doesn't matter what we think of Pakistan being a middle power, it's how do Pakistanis think of themselves when it comes to foreign policy and their role? And
So
will we see that on February 11th?
So I think the first thing I would do is separate out the Pakistani elites from the Pakistani people.
And define, there was one question is, what do you mean by Pakistani elite?
So global
throw
South,
that.
let me start with global South, middle power.
Okay.
I think Pakistani elites, by Pakistani elites, I mean people that are in charge of making decisions that have the control of either capital or political decision making in a way that ordinary people don't. One of the, I think, typical elite responses to the question of the Pakistani saying, well, what do you mean by the elite, is people are uncomfortable about being elites. And so, if you speak English, you have friends at Aitchison College, even if you didn't go there yourself, you are within 1.5 degree of power. You are at least elite adjacent. So the Pakistani elite is, in and of itself, I think, the people that make decisions for Pakistan. At the top of that mountain is the military leadership, but hand in hand, in lockstep with them, are key political leaders, key leaders of religious organizations, and most importantly, and the one that gets ignored a lot of the times, are Pakistan's sort of rent-seeking capitalists. The reason that they are hand in hand in lockstep with them is that unlike India or Saudi Arabia, especially post-Ritz-Carlton, Pakistan does not have a competitive, globally or locally competitive elite. It has an elite that defines itself through the extraction of rents that it secures through its relationships, both through kinship and through transactions, with those that sign off on things and make decisions. I don't want to go much deeper into that, but I think it's not confusing unless you're self-conscious about being an elite.
Yeah, and that came up in a previous panel yesterday as well, same definition.
Now the reason I want to make that distinction also is because how the elite see themselves in Pakistan and how the Pakistani 23-year-old sees herself are, I think, two vastly different propositions. There's a reason why leaders like Zulfikar Ali Bhutto 50 years ago and Imran Khan today, and others in between, including Nawaz Sharif at various points in time, especially when he was younger, the reason they're able to animate and activate the imagination of young people is because there is a inherent in the very definition of what Pakistan is supposed to be, an aspiration to be a great power, not just a middle power. And I think that's the most interesting thing about being a middle power is nobody wants to be a middle power. Countries that are middle powers want to be great powers. They want to be globally influential, not just regionally. I think the most epic example of that is India in the 1990s, when it was a middle power. India is no longer a middle power. It's a debate or a discussion that I have with many friends. India is now essentially what you might call a superpower, a great power. I know that makes people in the greatest power uncomfortable because it's just supposed to be the U.S. with China coming up the ranks. But I think you think of Russia, you think of India, and frankly, you think of Japan and Germany in particular. Those are beyond middle power countries. I'm going to come back to the election in a second, but just to go to what makes a middle power, I think you have to have relevance beyond your borders. You have to have agency to act beyond your borders, and you have the power to enact that agency. That's where I think the security and military prowess comes in. Pakistan is no longer a middle power, even an aspiring one in the minds of its elites, because of the IMF programs, because it's basically hollowed itself out to the point that it really has no economic autonomy whatsoever. Literally, the third and fourth layer of the tax code is now being negotiated and defined by 28-year-old economists that work about a mile from here. So when you have that degree of agency that you cede or concede yourself in order to keep your rent-seeking capitalists happy, that's primarily why, then you end up losing that capacity to be a middle power. But because of its overwhelming, comparatively, military prowess, the fact that it's a nuclear weapon state, and the size of the country, it's 250 million people, in any conversation about any major issue on the planet, it becomes relevant. We saw, I think, maybe 6 days ago, Munir Akram, who otherwise, including myself, is reviled by many, but criticized by some. I don't revile him, but I certainly am not a fan. But, he spoke as the Pakistan representative, and it had, it made a difference in global sort of news cycles. And so that relevance of its agency as a big Muslim country, as a nuclear power, I think makes it cling to that middle power table. The young Pakistani sees Pakistan as a potential great power. All of Pakistani poetry and Pakistani imagery, you can call it mythology or whatever you want to call it, but the story that Pakistanis have been told of what Pakistan should be consistently for the entirety of its existence has been that it has a great destiny. I don't think the Pakistani elite believe that anymore, and I think that dichotomy goes back to what, what's happening in the Middle East, how that influences and how quickly the Pakistani elite splits on big foreign policy questions, Russia, Ukraine, I think eventually probably this one too. And so the election is a huge opportunity for Pakistan to actually resolve that dichotomy by saying, we're just going to put the people of Pakistan in charge, whatever they actually choose, and let them make the mistakes that they need to make through their elected representatives, and we're here as the military to back up whatever the government decides. I think no reasonable observer of Pakistan believes that that's the kind of election we're going to have. I think it's going to be an election in which the military continues to be the principal determinant and arbiter of the last mile of decision making, especially when it comes to relationships with the United States, with China, with India, with Saudi Arabia. And so if that's going to be the case, then there may be, the benefit of that may be short to medium term stability, because everybody knows who's making decisions, and those decisions are reasonably well thought out. We're giving them the benefit of the doubt in this scenario. But eventually, the incentive for a political actor to stand up and say, hey, you weren't elected to make these decisions. You were trained and financed to keep terrorists outside our borders, to keep from Narendra Modi from sort of flexing his muscles on our borders. And so you don't get to decide for us, and we want to decide. And that opportunity that the military creates for any political actor, it doesn't have to be Imran Khan, anyone that is outside the inner circle of the military is naturally incentivized to stand up and oppose, especially on big picture items, and especially in an era of social media and populism. Things like, I go back to what's happening in North Gaza, that will become the fuel for somebody to counter or oppose whatever plans, real and believed or fake, in terms of middle power aspirations that Pakistan might have.
So we have a few minutes left, and I want to just piggyback off the elections, because I don't think a lot of people realize how important and pivotal 2024 is going to be really for the world in terms of elections. There's, I believe, more than half the world is going to the polls next year. And you can have a seismic shift in how countries are going to start dealing with each other, because it's on the backs of what's going on in Europe and what's going on in the Middle East. So for everybody here, and keeping to the theme of talking about middle powers, how do you see 2024, the elections, generally speaking, around the world, and the impact that will have on how countries are going to deal with each other going forward?
Well, I'll start with Indonesia. So Indonesia, I mentioned earlier, Jokowi's coming up on the 10th year of 2 5-year terms. So that's the huge period of continuity in the domestic political context, and he's been able to achieve a lot. He has an 87% approval rating, sometimes 80%, depending on which poll you're looking at, and has a huge voice in supporting or not supporting the current contenders. So all of that to say that the two leading candidates are pledging continuity. They want Jokowi to support them, or at least not speak out against them. One is from Jokowi's own party, which he's distanced himself from, but is a friend and close political ally, who is from PDIP, which was Sukarno's party, and is led by his daughter, who was a former president herself, Megawati. The other main contender is Prabowo Subianto, who is Suharto's former son-in-law. He ran against Jokowi twice. They had a very heated political rivalry, and then he joined Jokowi's cabinet in this last term as Minister of Defense. He's a military man. And he is running with Jokowi's son as his VP candidate. So everyone's watching very closely to see how this plays out in the polls among Jokowi's supporters. Are they going to stay with his party, which is also in Indonesia, a lot of the politics are very regionally based, or will they, follow along with his son, who I should also mention a few weeks ago, Indonesia's constitutional court changed the age requirement to run for president or vice president, ostensibly to allow Jokowi's son, who's 36, to be the VP, and it is Jokowi's brother-in-law who is the head of the Constitutional Court. So Indonesians are not quite sure how they feel about this, and I think
I
it's,
feel right at home. That's Pakistan. Could I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, sure.
Because of that connection,
Yeah.
the other thing that's connected is civil military. So with Prabowo, is that representative of maybe a little bit of a backslide that I think has been ongoing for many years? But just talk a little bit about the civil military dynamic and whether the military is assuming or returning to maybe some sort of salience or visibility.
I think the way I would answer that is that Jokowi, when he came to office, I think many people really viewed him as a champion of democracy. That has not really turned out to be the case, as you know, I just shared recent developments, but there's also been some scaling back in terms of the corruption eradication community, freedom of speech, other human rights considerations in Indonesia that have put on edge many in the human rights community, and that's been a consistent trend over the last 6 years in particular. Prabowo himself, I would say, also has not shown a deep commitment to democracy throughout his career. He served as a Kopassus officer. Many people blame him for the riots that happened when Suharto was pushed out of power in '98, which resulted in a lot of deaths and rapes of ethnic Chinese women in Jakarta. So I think, well, I would say that I don't see the military necessarily coming back into politics full force. They're still an influential stakeholder, certainly. I think there is a real risk of Indonesia continuing to slide back on the democracy scale. In terms of relations with the U.S. and China, Ganjar, who's from Jokowi's party, I mentioned earlier Sukarno's commitment to Palestine. I think we might see that elevated in terms of how he approaches the relationship with the U.S. Well, Prabowo, a military background, Minister of Defense, might tilt more towards the U.S. because of Indonesia's sovereignty concerns vis-a-vis China. But on balance, I don't see a huge change there. The other big factor is what happens in the U.S. election, right? And what impact another Biden or Trump administration has on the U.S.-China dynamic. Because we didn't have enough time in this panel to get into it, but Indonesia, ASEAN, it's still an effective way of engaging with great powers, but the space is shrinking, right? So you have these consensus-based organizations like ASEAN or APEC, which the US is hosting later this month in San Francisco, or G20, very, very difficult to build consensus at a time when we're facing a lot of really significant global challenges. So whether or not that space continues to erode or stabilizes or hopefully marginally increases is going to be a key factor in whoever is sitting in Indonesia's presidential office, how they deal with it. Yeah.
So I was testifying about 2 weeks ago to the parliament of what I'll call a Western middle power U.S. ally. And one of the MPs said to me, if Trump comes back into office, that's a real risk for us. How do we prepare for that? And it was the single worst question I've ever been asked in a panel. I'm not going to lie, because I didn't. Usually I can come up with something meaningful. I didn't have an answer. I hate, we're in DC, and so I don't mean to be US-centric. My region doesn't tend to have a lot of elections, except ironically in Israel. And so even the elections that do exist in places like Kuwait for the parliament, obviously there's usually bigger authorities. And places like Egypt that are having a very important upcoming election, it's not important because there's I think a real question about what the outcome's going to be. It's a real question more about how El-Sisi and the parties are going to play this out and potential for very serious violence and anger being unleashed in the streets. But I think, to your point, there's so many elections that are happening that I think what has been a trend toward strategic autonomy in the Middle East, and it seems like Southeast Asia certainly, a trend in Europe toward more it's hard for me to say what's right wing and left wing anymore. I don't know. I've lost the linear space on that. But a trend toward, nationalism and ultranationalism, engagement in the world is so different. And I do know that the U.S. will be a pretty big key here. Now, I will say this. I am not as convinced as everybody else that Trump and Biden are actually going to be the nominees. I think Biden probably will. Trump, I still am hesitant. Not that he may not be the nominee, but we'll see if he can run. I think some of the court cases are more serious than people think. I think the 14th Amendment question is a very, actually serious question that could cause some problems. We'll see. I just think there's a lot of X factors. But if we go that way again, look, a Trump administration is going to fundamentally change U.S. engagement in the world. Yeah. I think it will try to withdraw from NATO, and that will fundamentally change NATO. I think it may well withdraw from APEC, and that will fundamentally influence how it deals with China. And that's going to create space for a lot of countries to have both opportunities that wouldn't have been expected, countries like India, I think, in some ways, actually to try to fill some of that gap, and it's going to create a lot more risk for a lot of countries as well. So
countries like Pakistan.
Countries like Pakistan, absolutely. And so I will say, this is the most unhelpful way, and the members of parliament thought so too. If a Trump administration does come in, I think it will be the most unsettling time after a very long period of unsettling times that we've seen probably in the world in terms of how it reorganizes. And I think what we've seen thus far over the last kind of decade will be seen as kind of the prequel to a much bigger global reorganization.
Probably like to the 1930s. That's
yeah,
what Fred
I think that's a much better comparison.
Fred has been saying that.
Yeah.
Closing statement?
I think, honestly, as a Pakistani, for me, the opportunities that this changing world presents to Pakistan are much vaster and grander and deeper than the threats that this world represents. The opportunities that Afghan refugees and illegal Afghan citizens in Pakistan illegally, the opportunities that they represent for Pakistan and its economy and its public diplomacy far outweigh the supposed risks of some of them being terrorists. The opportunities in the rise of India, in the emergence of right-wing nationalistic extremist governments on all sides of Pakistan, the opportunities in the decoupling sort of dynamic and the technology competition, which the previous speaker spoke about, the opportunities far outweigh the risks. The opportunities of Vision 2030 for Pakistan, for it to engage with the PIF and with ADIA in reasonable transactions that are beneficial both to the elites, the Khaliji elites, as well as to Pakistani elites, are much greater than whatever rents Pakistan can extract or secure because of the inherent fears and anxieties that I think seize the Pakistani elites. So for me, there genuinely is a grand space and a wide runway available to Pakistan to do so in very quick time. I think again, the greatest example and precursor for that is what Mohammed bin Salman has been able to do in Saudi Arabia in very quick time. The opportunities available to Pakistan from allowing and engaging and supporting women to be active members of the economic growth story of Pakistan. So all of those things represent a huge opportunity for an already middle power to be potentially a great power. And I think if you don't have that view or that excitement about Pakistan's potential, you're never going to be able to rip off the stink of where Pakistan is right now. It is not in a good place. Its elite have parked Pakistan in the worst parking lot on the planet, where it's neither going up nor down, nor has any idea of where it wants to go. And I think that, the sadness that I personally feel because of that, the pressure, the anxiety, the fears that a lot of us feel because of what's happening in North Gaza right now, all of that, and frankly in the West Bank, all of that also represents simultaneously opportunity for us to have deep and challenging conversations with each other, and at least within Islamabad, Pindi, and the rest of Pakistan, to challenge ourselves to rise to the occasion of these opportunities, because demographically and in many other ways, the traditional great powers of the world, the US, the West, are clearly making room for other countries and other parts of the world to adopt and engage with a more important leadership role in the world. And so why Pakistan can't be among those without being antagonistic to any country, I think is a mystery to me. And it's what makes me sort of excited about getting up in the morning and going to work every day.
Wonderful. I want to thank everybody for listening to, I thought was a fabulous panel. I think we even have follow-up panels that we can create with all of this great nuggets. So we are now done, and I think we will be back at 12:30, right, for people that are viewing online. So thank you very much. That was really good.
Thanks, yeah, that was fun.
It was fun.
More, maybe do
I really do feel like we have a lot of follow-up.
Yeah.
how do you resolve that challenge? So some
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our next session. If you can please find your seats.
Okay.
Are you ready? Okay. And we'll be live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Uzair Yunus, and this is the last session of our 2-day conference. And I think, at least from my point of view, we saved the most important conversation for the end, because you've heard people talk about, and I'll get to Kapil is like, what do you mean? We've talked about economic frictions at this conference. We've talked about untargeted subsidies and their role. We've talked about what do market reforms look like? Why don't they happen in Pakistan? We talked about artificial intelligence earlier this morning, and the role of middle powers and what middle powers aspire or want to do in this evolving geopolitical order. But in the context of any economy, advanced or developing, a resilient energy ecosystem, an energy ecosystem that does not provide cheap, reliable access to energy molecules from natural gas, coal, renewable energy, hydropower, into the grid, into people's homes or industrial manufacturing units, et cetera, that country cannot do anything that we've discussed so far in this conference. So we're going to be talking about how can Pakistan build a more resilient energy ecosystem in an era of climate disaster. My personal view is there is an energy crisis in Pakistan, has been for a long period of time, but that crisis is also an opportunity to leapfrog ahead, to really change the human development trajectory in the country. So joining us today are Ghazala Mansouri, lead economist, poverty reduction and equity group at the World Bank, Ammar Khan, who's a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and a friend of mine who engages frequently in gham hours with me at all ends of the day on WhatsApp, including a very famous chart he once shared with me about how best to describe Pakistan's energy access challenge, which is per capita consumption of energy in Pakistan has basically remained flat for the last 5 to 7 years. And that in itself is an indication of the human development challenge, which Ghazala will talk about. Iram Haider is Assistant Professor of Political Science and Environmental Studies at the College of Worcester. Iram has done some fantastic work on privatization of energy companies in Pakistan and its implications, both good and bad. A lot of bad that people don't often think about in the mainstream discourse about privatization. And then last but not least is Alisa Newman-Hood, Executive Vice President and General Counsel at Accelerate Energy, which is a large global energy player and one of the major international companies operating in Pakistan's energy ecosystem. So we will hear from Alisa about how Accelerate has found itself doing business in Pakistan, what works, what should work better, and case studies from global markets in terms of what Pakistan could replicate as well. So I'll jump right in first with you, Ghazala, because I want to start with the human side of this conversation, which is we've had terrible floods. The work Ammar and I did in 2022 sort of indicated about $30 billion, give or take a few, in terms of loss and damages and reconstruction costs. Setback, I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine in the education system who said households were barely recovering from the 2011 floods, and then the 2022 ones came along. So help the audience understand the broader human development crisis in Pakistan, and how does that link to access to energy and the implications of a weak and inefficient energy ecosystem in the country.
Great. So I'll actually do this in 3 steps. The first is what's happening on climate. The second is what's happening on human capital, and then what's our energy status today, and then kind of how is that going to be linked? Yeah? So just very quickly, first I think there's this tendency to just talk about climate change. We don't have a climate change crisis only. We have a climate and environmental crisis. This is absolutely critical to understand, right? We have not contributed, we can legitimately claim, to the climate crisis, in that we have not been big contributors on the greenhouse gas emissions. We have on the environmental side. And I'm going to tell you how it's really the environmental degradation that is actually augmenting the damage risk from extreme weather events, right? So it's not just climate change is happening and then you have these extreme weather events. It's everything to do with what we've done to the environment. There's good news here, which is that that's a part we can fix. And if we fix that, we could actually potentially ex ante reduce a good bit of the risk from climate, right? And I think that good news part is really important when we talk about this, because often it's just doom and gloom, right? Okay, so that's one. So what's going on with the climate? There are two basic things we have to worry about. There's going to be a rise in temperature, right? Pakistan belongs in a region where it's going to see higher than the global average rise in temperature, and the hydrological cycle is going to be disrupted, right? So you're going to have, in Pakistan's case, you're going to have more precipitation, more intense precipitation, uncertain precipitation. The monsoons will become very chaotic. We rely on the monsoon for entire agricultural productivity. That's going to become uncertain. We saw this in 2022 where the monsoon changed its direction, right? That's something that's expected. Changing directions, uncertainty of timeline. That, just keep in mind, that's a huge implication for agricultural productivity, right? And then we'll have glacial melt. What does that do? That's going to eventually, in the initial phase, give us a lot more water flowing through the Indus River system. But then eventually, we may want to worry about how much we want to invest in hydropower, because the Indus River basin's water flow is also at risk, right? Once the glaciers melt. Now, there is an idea that there'll be more precipitation rather than snow, and that has a lot of significance for the timing, again, of things. We rely on this kind of very particular timing of when there's glacial melt and when we start our seasons and so forth. That is likely to change, right, as the glaciers melt. So that's sort of the backdrop of climate change. So now you have these extreme heat events, right, and precipitation events happening, right? What are they interacting with on the ground? So you have incredibly degraded land in Pakistan. This is not just Pakistan, everywhere, right? We've deforested, we've destroyed our pastures through unmanaged grazing over a long period of time. We've done this conventional agriculture, which has basically reduced the organic content of our soils. I had some plots tested, actually about 300 plots tested from Punjab last year when I was doing my climate report. And the carbon content in those plots was about 0.04 and 0.3 and 0.4, right? You need about 3% organic matter in the soil for soil to be alive. What does that mean? If that's low, at least 1%, this is way below 1%, you're very, very, very close to aridification at this point, right? So arid, so close that applications of fertilizer are not likely to be helpful. So we are dumping a lot of fertilizer on the soil, getting absolutely almost nothing for it, right? And yet the debate is, how can I get more fertilizer? How can I get cheaper fertilizer? It's not doing nothing at this point.
And cheaper gas for that
fertilizer. To make that fertilizer, right? So we've got enormously aridified land. That alone means that the soil cannot infiltrate water, right? It's too hard. There's no gap in it. It cannot infiltrate water. What does that do? Rain falls, very intense amount of rain falls. Either if it can, it flows very rapidly away, as happened in the hill torrents, right? In Rajanpur and DG Khan. So it fell off the hill torrents, nowhere, it just comes down, crashing down, no trees, completely depleted. That whole area has been heavily deforested. All the natural rainfall catchments that existed have been destroyed, right? So the rain comes crashing down, there's a depression, the Indus is at high tide, you have a massive flood, right? So we did this, right? I mean, this is not climate change in a way. So I'm just reinforcing this, right? That at the same time, we've completely there's an incredibly wasteful use of water. So at the same time, we are massively polluting our water. What does that mean? The groundwater is the reserve that you need for when you have droughts, right? When you don't have water. But we don't have groundwater reserves. In fact, we are not just depleting them, we are contaminating what little remains, right? Industrial effluent, agricultural runoff from nitrates from fertilizer, and of course sewage, untreated sewage everywhere, right? So your groundwater, once it gets contaminated, it can be a long time fixing that, right? If your groundwater level gets very depressed, long time fixing that, right? So we have very deep problems, deep crises. And you know, a part of me thinks that while we are thinking about all these current polycrises, we are actually not attending to the fact that what's coming, you know, is going to be far, far worse, right? So, you know, very famously, someone has said that you're basically 7 meals away from social chaos. Not to dramatize this, but honestly, one should dramatize this, right? 7 meals away from social chaos, land is degraded, you know, I mean, look at what happened. Last year, we saw a very good example of that. You had floods, but before the floods, what did we have? An unseasonable heat wave that destroyed a big chunk of the wheat crop. We had fires that destroyed some of our pine and other forests, right? And then we had, immediately following that, we had this big monsoon. The same pattern occurred in 2010. You had a massive heat wave and then this, right? So there's a cycle here. There's an interrupted hydrological cycle that's causing all this. And so, you know, it's not just that there's climate change. That's what I want to make now. Moving from there to human capital very quickly. I don't think I have to tell this audience too much about the fact that Pakistan is doing very dismally on human capital already. We have a serious human capital problem. We talked all day yesterday about productivity. But where are you going to get productivity from with your human capital crisis, right? So if you look at school enrollment, you have, if you look at secondary school, only 38% enrollment of girls, right? The rest of the region is at 60%. If you look at net enrollment in primary, we are around 60, 65%. The rest of the region, no, 62%. The rest of the region is at 90, right? So that's how far behind we are in education. On child stunting, it's just dismal, 40%, right? In Sindh, 50%. In rural Sindh, 65%. Okay?
65% of children are stunted.
Correct. What does that mean? So it's not a height issue, as Asim was talking
He
about
was worried
yesterday.
about his 2 inches.
Yes. You know, there is a height deficit. There is a height deficit that you carry into adulthood, but that's not the problem, right? There's actually very good research showing that longevity is inversely related to height. So I'm really serious. There is very good research on this, right? That is not the problem, right? What is the problem is the fact that stunting means primarily cognitive decline, right? 80% of brain development occurs between 0 and 2. If you are stunted, you have essentially, you have cognitive damage, you have immune dysfunction, which is what's driving stunting actually, is this immune dysfunction, right? So you have, and we can, you know, I can talk for 1 hour about that, I will not, okay? Because that's an area I work on, but it's basically immune dysfunction, it's cognitive decline, and it's physical weakness, right? I want you to keep that in mind with climate change, because that's really important. So you become physically very weak as an adult, you earn less, you learn less as a child, you have a lot of illnesses you're susceptible to, right? So there's diabetes, cardiovascular disease, blood pressure, in fact, all of the whole plethora of immune diseases you're more susceptible to as an adult. 65% of children currently in Sindh, right, are in that condition, and the heat level is rising and is going to rise more than the global average, right? So even if the planet acts in a very orderly way on climate and rapidly, which is showing no sign of doing as we can see, right? Neither orderly nor rapid, we're going to get an unusual increase in temperature, right? But if you have a physically incapacitated population, right, that going into that sort of environment, that's super risky, right? And then, of course, compound the risks for the same vulnerable population with air pollution. So your health risks, the health risks are enormous, actually, right? So this is sort of the landscape we are in. Energy, how does it relate to that? So if you think about it, with the higher temperature, you're going to need, first of all, more demand for cooling. Otherwise, we are done, right? So there's a temperature, there's a wet bulb temperature at which the human body cooks, right? We reached that in Jacobabad in 2022. Okay, we've crossed and reached that temperature, right? So you're going to need a lot of demand for cooling. And it's not just reliable or resilient energy. You're going to need universal access to that energy, to cooling systems. Food systems, you're going to need cold chains that actually work. storage systems that actually work, because agricultural production is going to be at very high risk, right? I mean, the fundamental problem actually is a different one, which is you need to cool the system. And you know, green cover cools systems, right? This is not an energy issue, but it's absolutely vital. It's not just about fixing your energy problem. You need to cool the system. What you cool the system with is green cover on the soil, green cover through trees, and restoring your water and hydrological cycle. This, if we did, we would cool the whole system down, which means less risk to agriculture, less risk to human bodies, less risk for cooling, and all of that, right? But that's a parallel discussion. So you need reliable energy, right? Currently, even where people have access to the grid, most people don't have access 8+ hours a day. This is through the year, right? 68% everywhere, and 75% in rural areas. 8+ hours of no energy, right? When there's summertime peak demand, the whole system crashes routinely. What happened in the heat wave in 2022? There were just like rolling shortages. Of course, price of energy was unusually high. It was a difficult time. But we cannot predict that such difficult times won't come. Almost half our energy is imported, right? So if the world is in a crisis and then we're relying on so that's the argument I feel. I want to stop in a minute here, which is that I think it's not just about reliable energy. We need to move to domestic energy sources, which means that we have to move to renewable. We don't have a choice in this matter, right? But we've got very good research showing that it is the most cost-effective option right now for further investment, right? So I think that there is good news even here. Yes, it's going to cost, but I'll leave you with one thought. We waste an incredible amount of money right now on energy, right? We know this. 8 billion in subsidies, 8 billion in lost output due to shortages and these kinds of outages, 15 billion in the circular debt. I mean, it's just a story of, it's just a disaster, right? So if we get rid of all of that, 2.6 billion, another 2.6 billion on bad agricultural subsidies, right? There's a ton of money that is just being extremely badly deployed, that could be deployed towards renewable and towards fixing what's wrong with agriculture and cooling the system. So let me stop here for a minute.
Thank you for that overview, and I think it's a good segue into Amar's points related to access to cheap and reliable energy. Something I'll point out as a fun fact that he and I were chatting. It was 3 a.m. I remember in Pakistan, and I was like having my lunch break. And there was this data that had come out of unaccounted for gas, UFG as it's called in the energy ecosystem. And we did a very quick math. The total amount of unaccounted for gas in terms of cost in dollars roughly came to, I think, 500,000 children's education every year. That's how much was just literally evaporating through leakages in the system or lack of collecting in the ecosystem. So Amar, you and I have talked a lot about how do we build that reliable, cheap, universally accessible ecosystem. We've talked about one of the things you all frequently mention is decentralized grids, the use of solar. How does that play a role? So help the audience understand, like in this crisis that Ghazala just described, what can be a future ecosystem to deal with this challenge and catastrophe?
Thank you, sir. I really find difficult to find people who are more bearish than me. Ghazala is definitely more bearish than me. The same points, but with the whole agriculture and the heredity thing, I think we've discussed a lot about stunting and malnutrition, how whatever we're talking about is completely useless when we can't even feed our population. It's as simple as if you can't feed people, there's no point in talking about anything else at this point. So, yep, these are existential issues, and whatever polycrisis we talk about doesn't really matter if we are not able to figure out the existential issues. So what's happening with energy right now? Again, the biggest problem, I would say the fundamental problem in Pakistan in some of the pure energy economics, it's just a single buyer model. There's a state, there's a government of Pakistan which says, I just want to buy all the energy, and I'm going to be the master planner and allocate who gets how much energy and at what price. This fundamentally leads to inefficient allocation of resources, inefficient allocation of electricity, and obviously your subsidy bill increases. Now, again, that also leads to something what I call a heartland strategy, which essentially means you start industrializing in areas which were not really areas that were supposed to be industrialized. You can have an agricultural area, but through subsidies, through cross subsidies, you created an environment where industrial activity started happening there, but it wasn't really supposed to happen there. So it leads to a lot of inefficient allocation of resources. That leads to more problems, that leads to circular debt, that leads to subsidy, that leads to a lot of money that's simply wasted. So what we need here is decentralization. We need to move from a single buyer model to a multi-buyer model, to where you and I or any household can essentially become a producer and a buyer of electricity at the same time. It is possible through solar now. We spend about around 50, I was talking to Iram yesterday, around 50% of all domestic electricity connections are essentially lifeline customers. Lifeline meaning anyone who consumes less than 200 kilowatt hours of electricity. Now these are like small households, poor households, and most of them don't even get the electricity. Instead of subsidizing them all, how about you equip them to solarize their households as much as possible? That can be a policy decision. They will essentially become producers of electricity, but then that would effectively hurt monopoly of the state, where it wants to control everything from the supply to the price. And when you want to control everything from the supply to the price, from the demand to the price, that leads to more inefficient allocation. So you will keep doling out subsidies, you will keep doling out subsidies to households, to exporters, to non-exporters, and basically the price of electricity will keep on increasing. I always say this, Pakistan does not have a demand problem, electricity demand problem. It does not even have an electricity supply problem. It has a distribution and pricing problem. All electricity in the country is essentially priced on a cost-plus basis, which means there are certain costs of producing electricity. You add on top multiple layers, on top multiple taxes, multiple levies, so on and so forth. Suddenly the amount increases. So you would say, when you're setting a power plant, you would say, okay, you know what, cost-plus looks good right now. So let's just index it to the dollar as well. If the dollar increases in value against the PKR, the price is going to increase. So no one takes a 5-year, 10-year view, but when it starts increasing, like right now, prices are around 50 to 55 rupees per unit of electricity, or I would say that's about 20 to 25 cents per unit, which is much higher than most developed countries in the world. So in an economy which has a per capita income of about, what, $1,400, you're pricing electricity which is much higher than even developed markets.
And sorry to interrupt, but a third of that cost, is your math has shown, is taxes.
A third of that cost is just taxes. Why is that taxes? Because the government is not able to ensure that its budget is in order. So it keeps financing that fiscal deficit through more taxes on electricity. So what we've done over the last few years is essentially we have priced out pretty much everyone in the market from electricity. The electricity is so expensive now that the demand for that doesn't exist, and that's what we have seen over the last 6 to 7 years, that the per capita demand for electricity has actually been flat, which essentially means that you're not growing, no industrialization is happening, no services are being generated, no new services are being generated, not a lot of new stuff is happening, and there is largely static growth. So if you want any kind of productivity increase, you need some reliable, stable solution to electricity. There are solutions available. We've got the capacity, we've got the demand. The link that no one has focused on in the last, I would say 15 or even 20 years is essentially transmission and distribution. 100 electrons that are generated by a power plant, by the time they reach someone's house, there are only 80 left. Another 5 to 6 go down because of theft or something. But you still have to pay for those 100 electrons. So that inefficiency of 20 to 25 electrons that are lost, someone has to pay for it, and that just keeps on accumulating over millions of households over many years. More than that, I think when we talk about energy, either we exclusively focus on electricity. What we really need to do is look at the full value chain. Well, a molecule or an electron, its job is to energize something. A gas molecule can do the same, and electricity electron can do the same. Its job is to just energize. How do we most efficiently generate output from that one electron or one molecule? That should be the question. 30% of our import bill is essentially fuel. If you further break it down, a lot of people think that's essentially imported fuel for electricity generation. It's not. About like 25% of total imports is just automobile fuel, which we are essentially burning away, and which has a lot of climate externalities, so on and so forth. And within that, so let's say if we import about $20 billion of fuel, about $10 billion of fuel is just for motorcycles. So you sell, Atlas Honda, which is one of the biggest motorcycle manufacturers in the country, sells about 1 million bikes every month. Million bikes, that's a big enough number. But they keep on selling those bikes. Now, you need policy action where that fuel that's imported can essentially be redirected in a way that you double down on public transport infrastructure, so that the demand that is being generated for that fuel slowly goes down. Again, these are policy interventions that can happen that don't even require a lot of capital investment, that just needs the government to coordinate between private markets and essentially give some kind of a public transportation infrastructure. So again, a lot of things that can be done, a lot of things that can be done on the energy front. Gas is one thing. My household bill for gas, I probably get the cheapest gas in the world. Right now at my household, it's priced at about $1 per MMBTU. The global market clearing price would be, let's say, around $11 or $12 per MMBTU. Why am I getting gas for $1 per MMBTU? When 60% of the country is already using LPG, which is 3 times more expensive than piped gas. So these are pricing distortions. A lot of argument is that, they're the protected households, they're poor households, but a lot of those poor households are essentially using LPG. They do not even have access to piped gas. So, as Azala mentioned, there are a lot of subsidies that result of pricing inefficiency that continues to distort the market, and that over the last, I would say, 8 to 10 years, that has led to a scenario where state is essentially monopolizes pretty much every segment, whether that's banking, whether that's energy, whether that's any sector you name it, there will either be a state or some state-owned entity or some state-supported entity. With this kind of infrastructure, you can't really expect private markets to operate and some kind of price discovery to happen. That all of that inefficiency is funded through subsidies, and now we've hit a point where you cannot subsidize it anymore unless we want hyperinflation to happen. So we are at a pretty critical juncture at this point. Let's see.
Okay. Thanks for that overview, and in a way what you were describing, I think Amir said it earlier this morning, it's the land of Mordor, and the orcs are standing in the way, so to speak. I love that Lord of the Rings reference. Iram, jumping over to you, you've done a lot of research on privatization, state-owned enterprises, a lot of conversation right now happening in Pakistan that, PIA and others, but a lot of the big issues are in the energy, electricity transmission and distribution side. Share with the audience about your own research into this topic and what does it show, particularly around what tends to happen or what the experience of consumers in Karachi has been when K Electric was privatized, and now its exit obviously is in limbo, which was a question yesterday as well. What does the data show from your research?
Thank you, Zair, and thank you for, I think, organizing such a great panel where I think all of our comments are kind of seamlessly flowing into each other. I want to put us in the Pakistan of the 1990s. Back then, the thing that we were the most concerned about is that we are spending far too much money on gas imports for these independent power plants that we've set up, right? So government policy said, what's going to be a great way to generate more energy, to get some productivity into the system? Let's set up all these IPPs. It bought electricity from these independent power plants at a fixed cost that was non-negotiable. So it was committed to paying a certain amount every time. And the crisis in the 90s and the early 2000s was you are paying so much, you are in the circular debt, you are in huge energy debt. Let's rationalize distribution. That was what everybody from ADB to the IMF to everybody was saying, rationalize distribution. When you have electricity going into a grid, make sure you are recovering what you are sending out there, right? Let's make sure that you are prioritizing high-value consumers, you're prioritizing industry, you're prioritizing households that can and want to pay for energy. Great. It took a little while, but we got there. In 2008, Karachi, the state-owned KESC, had a recovery rate of 36%. In 2019, 10 years after it went over to the private equity firm that took it over in 2009, the recovery rate was over 80%. Success, right? What's the problem? Let's all just go home. What we have learned in the last few days, I think, is that looking at that access to, and universal access to energy, these just weren't conversations we were having 2 decades ago. And I feel like the policies that we put in place are almost on this lag. The infrastructure we built, the momentum we got was in such a particular direction when it came to getting people to adopt to a pay for use. Everybody was talking about that. And now suddenly we're trying to reconcile those systems with, we can't leave people behind, right? And so here's where the gap is coming in. It's like the information we have and the really good work that people sitting here are doing is just not reaching the right sort of ears, right? We're still in that, at least in Pakistan, I feel, we're still in that old mindset. You go and talk to somebody in Karachi right now at K Electric or at the Energy Ministry, whatever else they might say about climate change, they are so singularly focused on the pay for use. I don't mind that. I just want there to be some imagination. I want them to realize that your pay for use system means that poor households that can't afford to pay for use are going to suffer. And this is a crisis. This is a crisis for the vulnerable. This is a crisis for children, for pregnant women, for the elderly. They have nowhere to go. They are baking inside their houses. And there is some skepticism about whether we could pull this off, right? For example, you have sort of Meera Mahadevan's work in Bihar saying that anytime you do reform, there's political interference. The remarkable thing about Karachi's electricity reform, that it seemed to have worked. Right, so I already gave you stats about the recovery improvement. Industrial recovery in Karachi in the space of a decade went to 100%. Right, so this private equity firm that has invested in the electricity company in Karachi is recovering more money than the state ever did in that system. So great, things are doing really well. The open secret is that they have managed this by prioritizing service delivery to consumers who can and are willing to pay. Right? This is not a bug, this is a feature. So that the income to outage graph in Karachi is a downward sloping curve. Higher income households report fewer outages. A high income household in Karachi, where my mom lives in Clifton, receives about 2 hours of outage in peak summer. A low income household in a low priority neighborhood gets about 8 hours of the outage in peak summer. And 10, 20 years ago, this was the goal, right? How did the Pakistani state and its private subsidiary achieve this reward and reprimand system? This is a politically very difficult thing to do. And a lot of the questions I get is, well, how do we replicate this? So I was like, hold on, before you go replicating this somewhere else, let's try and understand how we did this here and whether we actually want that, right? Like, let's dig a little deeper. What happened is Karachi Electric, as a private entity, and it's partially private, right? So again, like this whole privatization thing is a little misleading. 60% of the shares are privately held, and then the rest are sort of held by the government. But it really has a lot of autonomy. And this is remarkable. The political parties agreed to let K Electric do its thing. In a country where we talk about corruption and patronage and political interference, the most competitive city in the country, the parties kind of step back and they're like, all right, do your thing. At least it seemed like that on the surface, okay? How did it do its thing? It divided the city into good and bad neighborhoods. Let's say I'm a private energy firm. Targeting outages at the individual consumer level is costly. In a city of 20 million people, it's prohibitively expensive. So what do? I take advantage of the fact that the market sorts homeowners and renters into high and low income neighborhoods. So if my mother and all her neighbors pay their bills, the electricity company calls it a low loss, a low revenue loss area, and prioritizes it when there are these rolling blackouts. And at least the people who are paying their bills should be protected. I don't need to tell you what the obvious downside of this is. If there's somebody who is in a neighborhood where her neighbors are not paying their bills, like let's say the person who works at my mother's house, she lives sort of a mile away. She's in a neighborhood where she pays her bills regularly, but her neighbors don't. So as an electricity company, I'm like, well, I'm going to look at the aggregate. There's a 60% loss from here. We have some good customers, but the majority don't pay their bills. Let's deprioritize this area when we are making these choices on where to target the blackouts, okay? Again, to iterate that this is the company with given full political sort of leverage, given free rein to do whatever it wants, this is the best system it came up with. And I'm not saying there aren't there are plenty of things that I like about how it did things, but in its infinite resource and wisdom, this is the system we came up with, how to minimize costs and the burden on a distribution or a revenue collection firm, and how to maximize how much electricity is targeted to people who are willing to pay for it. You know, and I want to be clear that my work is not a history of K Electric, or for that matter, Abraj. I'm interested in, as many people are in my field, on what impact certain forms of private reform have on political behavior. So I want to talk about one thing very quickly, right? I want to tell you a little story about how the removal of political influence from the distribution of electricity impacted citizens, because that's some of the work that one of chapters of my book look at. I spoke to a community of light industrial owners in Karachi in 2019 who had worked with the electricity firm to remove pirated connections from their neighborhood. They reported that things went well for a couple of months, and then the outages started, 2 hours, 4 hours. This is a group of metal workers, right? So they make these sheets for roofing, the corrugated iron. Every hour of outage is lost revenue. One of the members of the association goes to K Electric's office and complains. They are told that the residential neighborhood next to them has rampant theft. So they've been clustered into a high loss area. Something similar happens to a group of middle class residents. They organize to clean up their neighborhood, get rid of theft, enforce compliance. A few months later, they're told that the neighborhood several streets away is stealing from them because they have uninterrupted supply and they don't, right? The private firm, it turns out, relies on citizens to police electricity. So remember those costs I talked about how am I as a private firm going to target you as an individual? I don't. I externalize those costs to you. So if you are stealing from him, I ask you to report to me, and then maybe I'll do something about it or not, right? But this is an externalization of the information costs of the system. This is a costly system. In the period before privatization, this gap in information was made up by employees of the state, street-level bureaucrats, local politicians, and political entrepreneurs. So Adam Auerbach and others talk about this work in India. This tier of individuals provides an interface of knowledge. In the absence of this tier, to whom do citizens make claims? And why would a private firm be responsive to this constituency? It's very responsive to its consumer base, which is high-income, high-volume consumers, industrial consumers. Why would it be answerable to people who barely consume anything, who it can aggregate into these silos and then punish them with 8 hours of outage? So I'll quickly wrap up here. I want to bring this example of Karachi's experiment with private electricity into context of what we're talking about. First, absent meaningful participation without accountable government, most reforms that we end up doing in the energy sector end up serving the elite. I would love to tell you that some middle-income groups in Karachi are thriving because of the reforms K Electric underwent. I know plenty of high-income neighborhoods that are doing well, but middle and low-income households that lack the ability to sort themselves into these designated good neighborhoods will end up stuck. Second, the story of privatization in Karachi feels like an enormous lost opportunity, but it's not too late. KE invested in better information systems. We now have pinpointed locations for every step-down transformer. It's on my laptop, right? Like, we have these systems in front of us. We shouldn't be afraid to say that we are now in an entirely different world. Great, we needed pay-for-use 2 decades ago when we wanted to rationalize the system. Now we can bring renewables on board. Now we can put green cover. We can make better sort of cooler houses, right? We can invest in architecture. Finally, environmental justice is going to be the issue of our lifetimes. We've already said this. 2 hours of electricity outage may not seem like much, but 2 hours of outage in 100-degree weather inside a house with bad ventilation, no backup power, this is a crisis. So I'll stop there, but I just want to say that there's so much we can do with the data that K Electric has collected, but I think we should also start critically examining this pay-for-use and saying, okay, is this really what we need right now? Can there be other priorities that we bring back? Thank you.
Thank you for that and sharing that case study, Iram. I'll move now to Alisa. You obviously are an external foreign direct investment participant in Pakistan's energy ecosystem, but Accelerate is also a global company. So share with the audience like the broader energy outlook from your vantage point and what that looks like. And also, what has the experience been like in participating in the Pakistani market as an international investor? What has worked? what hasn't worked, and what would you like to see change, let's say, in post-election scenario?
Sure, thank you. Well, perhaps I'll start by taking the discussion a little bit upstream. We've talked quite a bit about power generation, and I think when we think of power generation, we think of, importantly, of building power plants, installing turbines. But the real cost of providing power is the feedstock. So perhaps I'll just take a minute just to give a bit of a snapshot and paint sort of the energy or the feedstock picture in Pakistan today, recognizing that this is dynamic and is probably not where we're going to be 10 years from now. So currently, Pakistan power is generated about 40% from natural gas, about 25% from hydropower, about 12, this varies, but about, let's say, 12% from coal, about 10% from diesel, fuel oil, and other crude oil derivative products, keeping in mind that those two categories, coal and oil for power generation, are, of course, the most polluting. And then about 10% from nuclear and about 5% from renewables. So again, as we think about the climate conversation, right now in Pakistan, as in many other developing countries, renewables is a very small piece of the let's say, the energy pie. If we were to break down those numbers further, that gas that provides, natural gas that provides 40% of Pakistan's energy, about 80% is from indigenous resources, so Pakistan's own onshore and offshore natural gas reserves, and 20% is imported. When a country considers options to import natural gas, they historically had only one, which was pipelines from neighboring countries. Pakistan historically and currently does not rely on pipeline gas. There has been a talk of a pipeline from Iran dating back decades. It's currently stalled. I don't think probably likely to happen anytime soon, which leaves Pakistan one option in terms of importing natural gas, which is to import liquefied natural gas. So this is gas that has been cooled to a state where it's converted into a liquid. It can therefore be placed onto a tanker and sent halfway around the world. So the world's major LNG producers are the United States, Qatar, Australia, and these countries deliver many, many hundreds and thousands of miles away, including to places like Pakistan. So this is where the work that my company does comes in. So we, in 2015, commissioned Pakistan's first LNG import terminal. So this is a terminal that receives LNG from any of these international markets. And whereas LNG liquefaction is a cooling system, ours is a heating system where we take the liquefied natural gas and we heat it to turn it back into a gaseous form of natural gas and can send it into the pipeline system. So my company owns a fleet of vessels, and the one in Pakistan is moored in Port Qasim in Karachi, where again we receive liquefied natural gas and we provide it to Pakistan's system. We currently provide about 15% of Pakistan's natural gas. We have, as I mentioned, a fleet of these vessels worldwide. I guess I don't know if brag is the right word, but we do mention that our vessel in Pakistan is our most utilized worldwide. There are countries ranging from the UAE, previously Israel, who just parked these LNG receiving vessels offshore just to have another sort of energy security option. But in Pakistan, the natural gas is so needed that the vessel is operating at full capacity pretty much every day. And I know the government is very interested for us to bring a bigger vessel and also to have more LNG import terminals. So I would say, so that's where my company comes in terms of our investment. In terms of, I guess I'll perhaps save lessons learned for later, but in terms of our priorities, and I would say, what we're looking for, we'd love to increase our investment in Pakistan, notwithstanding some of the challenges of doing so. I would say the priorities we'd like to see focused on, in a general sense, are probably not very different from what most foreign investors are looking for. So less bureaucracy, simpler processes, easier permits, easier visas for our workers, for our foreign workers, easier customs, things like that, more political stability or continuity. But specifically, and I think this goes to your point when you talked about the monopoly sort of downstream, is there is also a monopoly in what I'll call the midstream. So the capacity in our terminal can only be reserved, so the ability to bring in LNG and to regasify it is reserved to state companies entirely. We'd like to see what they call in Europe and elsewhere third-party access, so the ability of private companies, those could be local domestic companies or foreign companies, to be able to reserve access in LNG import terminals so that we can bring LNG and then we can and then sell gas into the local market. That would, of course, introduce competition. If you also look at the cost of LNG, so in a, let's say, a less expensive market, one LNG cargo, and keep in mind Pakistan imports several per month, is $40 million. During the Ukraine crisis, one LNG cargo was about $100 million. So I think the ability to bring in sort of larger pools, it's not investment, but larger pools of capital and better credit would make it more possible to bring more feedstock into the Pakistani market.
Thanks for that overview, and I would invite the audience to send in any questions they might have at askac.org. I'll come back to you, Zala, in terms of looking at the future outlook. We've been talking about elections coming up. They're likely to happen February 11th or 8th, depending on how the hearings go, and there's different reports coming out as we speak. If you were to have a wish list of things you'd like to be seen happening in Pakistan, given the context that you just laid and all the other speakers have mentioned, what would be our 2 or 3 immediate things that you would say, you know what, again, we're in a crisis, but I view crises as opportunities in the sense, particularly as Amir was saying this morning, they open up leapfrog opportunities for a market as well, especially a market as young as Pakistan. So what would be your sort of advice to the next set of policymakers in cabinet about dealing with this climate environment crisis, what it means for agriculture, but more importantly, access to reliable, cheap energy in Pakistan?
Yeah, so the only way I would modify your question is to say not more importantly, because, if push comes to shove, we will all live without energy. We will not live without food or water, okay? So let's keep our perspective straight, first of all. I think we sometimes are we don't really understand, we kind of take that for granted. Somewhere food will come from, particularly urban people, right? Food will come from somewhere, I don't need to think about it, right? Water will come from somewhere, I don't need to think about it, right? And let's urbanize more, right? Because we have to go through the structural transformation. This is an existential thing. So what was my wish list? I have a really simple wish list, right? It takes about 1% of GDP per year, 1%, okay? We currently are wasting 2.6 just on energy subsidies, another 2.6 billion on bad water and irrigation subsidies that don't go to poor farmers. It takes 1% to deliver safe water and sanitation to the entire population for about a period of 15 years. That's infra that lasts for 50 years, okay? And stunting is not an issue of hunger, guys. It is not today. It might become in the future an issue of hunger in Pakistan. It is not today. Today, it is an issue of water, sanitation, and solid waste more than anything else. It is also a food issue. Food quality is important, behavior, all this is important. But at the very foundation is, as I said, gut dysfunction, immune dysfunction that comes from a gut problem. The gut problem is a problem of water, sanitation, solid waste, untreated sewage, nitrates and fertilizers, and so forth. I just want to say that. My wish list is tightly spend a couple $2 billion a year, right? Which you have, right? This is the myth in Pakistan is about I don't have money, right?
I'll remind the audience again, I said this yesterday, 17.5 billion a year, according to the UNDP, go to privileged segments of Pakistani society.
I've just given you some numbers, right? All the stuff that we are spending on. So this is 1% of your GDP ain't too much, right? To get safe water, sanitation, and solid waste. We've done this stuff. By the way, that has a massive impact on GDP. So we ran it through a macro model, right? When I did the climate report, it's all there in the report. You actually, within 5 or 6 years, the return on investment is ridiculous, right? You get a massive expansion in GDP. If you're also doing a fertility decline, which we have not talked about much in the last couple of days, absolutely critical. We're at 3.3. It's ridiculous. The rest of the region is at replacement. We keep singing about our demographic dividend. It's not all a dividend, right? You're producing 65% stunted children, right? I'm really serious. 50% in Sindh are stunted. I mean, this is not a good thing. So if we worked on that, then GDP per capita skyrockets. And if this has been this could be huge in terms of development, right? So, so I just want to kind of put a corrective on where would I spend money? On human capital. That's where I would spend money first and foremost, and all of the second amount of money that's left on regenerating the environment. Because if we don't do that, we're going to be completely, like done for anyway, right? We can put all the, we can invest on all this other stuff, we will be literally done for. And I think that people need to switch their thinking now, right? And we're not going to be done for because, the climate will change or the world won't act. We'll be done for because our environment will not be able to support life, right? So if we can sort of switch our minds on a little bit to what we are actually dealing with, I think we would have our priorities very clear in my estimation. No, I'm not saying don't do everything else. On the energy side, the government does have a really good IGCEP plan, right? The Indicative Generation Capacity Expansion Plan. Act on it, right? Yes, it'll cost something, but again, as we said, there's a lot of money in bad places, right? So I think we can spend that money on IGCEP, on renewables, and so forth. Massive market opportunity, I think, in renewables, right? If we just did it right. So that's my priority list.
Amar, what about you? What's the wish list that you would have for an incoming cabinet? And I'll use a question that's also come in the chat as well, that for a lot of countries, increasingly, there's a conversation about green hydrogen as well. And that's happening. Countries like India are developing a policy. Is that something that is even relevant at this point in Pakistan from your point of view? So touch on that as well.
I think we've discussed a lot about green hydrogen earlier as well. One thing the state needs to understand, it cannot do everything. It's horrible at doing whatever it's doing. So maybe just take a step back and actually let people or entities or the market function in accordingly. Like as Azara said, sanitation. That's critical. Not a single water and sewerage board in the country is operational. KWSB, Karachi Water and Sewerage Board, the water that is charged. So that's how markets develop. Again, I just gravitate towards markets all the time. The water bill that you get at home, it's about like maybe you get like 5,000 rupees per year or 6,000 rupees per year. That does not even cover the operation and maintenance of those pipelines, of the sewerage system. So what happens? You have an informal private water supplying network that's operational through tankers, through water tankers, and that's obviously is supported by some people I can't really name here. So they pay a market price for water, and that market price for water is as high as any developed market in the world. So people are already paying a very high price for that. As I said time and again, people are already paying a price, but they're not getting that service delivery in exchange. If you're paying for water, maybe you're paying something like about $1 for every 10 gallons, or for every 100, or for every 10 gallons or 100 gallons in Karachi. So people are paying a very high price, but that is not going towards institutions. That is going towards an informal market, which continues to expand.
And I'll interrupt here because that water tanker system is also inefficient because of the imported energy needs associated with moving those gallons of water on roads.
So that has a lot of externalities. You've got tankers on the road.
The pollution.
Road depreciation is happening. You've got diesel. They're using diesel. That's happening. While the same water can be supplied through a piped infrastructure at a much lower price, and you can essentially give clean drinking water to everyone. So that is something that can be done, and even the government does not have to put in all capital for it as well. There are public-private models that are available that can do it. Every single thing we talk about, whether that's water, whether it's public transportation, anything, the public-private models available, then they have been successfully implemented across various jurisdictions as well. That can be used and improve overall quality of life for everyone out there. So one thing that I would say, I mean, it's very difficult for anyone in the bureaucracy to really accept this, that, okay, how are we not doing this well? I think we're doing great. This is the first thing that you see when you go to Islam or the Q block or whatever.
It's the report card, Dr. Asim Khwaja.
Exactly, report card, we're doing great. What are you even talking about? What do you know? Aapko kya pata hai? So, nahi pata, mere ko theek hai. So the state needs to take a step back and realize and understand that it cannot be a market player because it's horrible at being a market player. I mean, if you're good at something, fine, go ahead, do it. But if you're not good at being a market player, maybe move out. Create that enabling environment, create that enabling infrastructure that allows markets to prop up, that allows better efficiency for consumers. I'll give one small example. Alison talked about gas. So let's say you're in Karachi, you're in Port Qasim. There's an LNG terminal, X-Ray's LNG ship, it's there. It got LNG at, let's say, $10. The moment that LNG enters into the state system, the distribution company system, its price increases from $10 to $14. That $14 delta is the price that you're paying for inefficiency. So if K Electric is on the coast, why can't it use that same gas for $10? But why does everyone have to pay a cumulative penalty for inefficiency? And that's $4. So your price of gas increases by 40% just because of inefficiency. Again, two gas distribution companies, government being the ultimate buyer of gas, inefficiencies across the board.
I think you've shared this with me in a previous conversation, but for the audience's sake, if I may interrupt, you mentioned the example of Thar in that sense, right? That you cannot buy the cheapest electricity produced out of Thar to industrialize right next door. Help the audience, tell them what that's about.
So this is what it works. Again, coal, we don't really talk about coal in this part of the world. It's not something that people like talking about. But let's say you've got a coal mine, and a coal mine extracts coal. It sends coal to a power plant. Now, to extract that coal, a coal mine also needs power. By the way, we can have some kind of cleaner coal as well if you start using electric vehicles, electric excavators, electric dump trucks, and so on and so forth. But that same coal mine, let's say generating electricity at a price of 1 cent per kilowatt hour. It's actually happening, generating at 1 cent. But if that coal mine wants to buy more power for itself at 1 cent, it cannot do that. Why? Because it's selling coal to a power plant. The power plant is selling that electricity to the government. The government will sell the electricity to the regional distribution company. That regional distribution company can sell it to the coal mine. So from 1 cent, the whole cycle actually increases to 20 cents. Now at 20 cents, you're like, you know what, the company goes like, okay, you know what, I'm just going to import more diesel from UAE and use that same diesel to mine coal. Does not make sense when you go mining here next to someone generating power, but you're like, no, I'm not going to buy power from you at 1 cent. I'm just going to buy power from someone else at 20 cents. And I'm going to go all the way up about like 5,000 miles away and buy diesel from them as well. Again, this is just state inefficiency and nothing else. So if the state removes itself from the picture, maybe take a step back, maybe just focus on education, health, and whatever like little it's supposed to do, rather than running electricity and every other thing in the process, maybe we will see some improvements.
Thank you for that. Iram, same question to you. What would be your wish list on the energy side post 2024 and a new cabinet, assuming all of those things happen? We've talked about the political dynamics already, but
I was saying
let's get the wish list ready.
Amar ne to state ko nikal diya, I will bring the state back in. So Amar, and I think this is the, maybe this is why we're in different sectors, because like I would love a world in which we don't need to deal with inefficient, misinformed, egoistic actors. Like really, believe me, that would be wonderful. We have to. This is just the reality we're in. Nobody has, if you can identify somebody who cares about poor people other than their vote, like show them to me, right? So I would love to have a world in which out of the goodness of our heart, people care about other people regardless of how much they can pay them, regardless of what they can do for them. But there's nothing else. There is a politician who wants that person's vote. That's why I'm interested in that politician. So if I had a wish list, I'd be like, get these elections done. Please, let's get on with business. Let's end this circus. I have no idea what's happening one day to the next. It is distracting. It is inefficient. It is harming the poorest and most vulnerable people.
If I may interrupt, you said let's get these elections. I'm assuming, but for the audience, free and fair.
Sure.
Free and fair elections.
Sure.
But post-elections, what do you want?
Yeah, but
but
even getting them done, I'm assuming she's okay with, we're on the same page.
Do them in a convincing way. Do them in a way that there is agreement that,
Correct.
okay, fine, this was, I don't even, free and fair, my God, like what is this, right? Just do them in a way that the political actors can agree, cool, we're done, right? That is a wish list. I mean, that is genuinely something I think is holding us back, right? If we can clear that hurdle, so much else becomes, at least it starts coming into play. At least then we can start talking about things like data transparency. Tell us what the figures are on the ground. Start making good consultations with the people who've done work on this, right? If I had a wish list, once people get elected, that's when they start having sane conversations with people who have information. Right now, they are not interested in what anybody in this room is saying, and that is a tragedy to me, because there's such good work being done here. So if I really could see into the future, I would say there is so much we know now about how to better protect our communities, how to sort of, restructure our urban centers so that they are greener, that they are better for the climate. We have ways in which, I think Amar and I were talking about this yesterday, is to take these massive electricity subsidies or fuel subsidies and increase sort of how much we're giving through BISP, right? I think we were sort of talking about this too. There are systems in place by which we can protect vulnerable communities. What would it mean if tomorrow we had massive sort of re-greening of urban centers while we also stop needing people to commute huge distances in order to get their work done? What if there were social safety nets, right? But all of this can only happen once we go through the painful process of elections, get just those people to agree that they're in a place where they have a 5-year outlook. Give me a 5-year outlook. Don't give me a 2-week outlook. Don't give me I don't know what's happening next month. That's not, that scares the life out of me, right? That's not something I can work with. I feel like chaos is happening. Give me somebody in power who's there for 5 years and knows that they are going to be voted out if they don't perform. That I can work with. That all of us can work with. And then I will tell them, hire whoever, man. Like call Asim Khwaja, call Asif Mia, call whoever you want. Get smart people who have done this work. Call Ghazala Mansouri. Call the people who've done this work to sit on your boards, advise your committees, tell you what to do. Unfortunately, I'm in the political science program, a paradigm where I think that first step is so crucial. We can't take out the state. We can't take out politics. And to me, like that would be sort of the first step.
Thank you for that, because it's one of the things I think over lunch I was talking to a couple of people about, like top 10 key takeaways document out of this conference, and I thought number 1 would be elections. But I almost think that the elections is on itself a paragraph on its own as a prologue to the entire document, because that's been the consistent theme across conversations over the last couple of days. Alisa, I won't ask you the elections question, but you're an international participant, and you've also looked at sort of other markets like Brazil. So help the audience and help us understand what are some things that, again, markets like Brazil have done, or what you've seen in the international domain where perhaps there are lessons learned for Pakistan as it looks at sort of building resiliency in its energy ecosystem.
Sure. Well, I think in order to have a path, of course, it's important to articulate a goal. You referred to resiliency. I think that's the word of the decade. So when we think about resilient energy systems, I think there are 3 key elements. One is affordability for a country like Pakistan. I would say that's very close to the top of the list. The second is reliability. And the third is what I'll call sort of climate positivity. So whereas I think net zero is probably not realistic for Pakistan's energy system anytime soon, not to be pessimistic, I'll just be realistic, at least evolving towards a system that has less emissions than today. So again, moving away entirely, if possible, from coal, moving away from burning any kind of crude oil products, which in addition to being very bad for the environment is also very expensive. So again, these I think are the 3 goals of where probably Pakistan wants to be. As you foreshadowed, I think Brazil, again, is a good model. It's obviously in a different stage of its, let's say, energy evolution. One similarity, though, is, so as I mentioned, Pakistan is about 25% reliant on hydropower. Brazil is majority reliant on hydropower. But I think its experience, both positive and negative, with hydropower is probably what's of most relevance. So up until about a year ago, Brazil went through a period of extreme drought, whereby their hydropower production pretty much fell off of a cliff. The country would have been in a lot of trouble, but for the fact that the country, that Brazil receives pipeline imports from Bolivia, pipeline gas, again, so that's not something currently available to Pakistan, but had also leased 3 floating LNG import vessels, 2 of which, one and then later the second of which are from my company. and therefore had an alternative, had a backstop. And I do think that's a really important part of the renewables conversation. Again, when Pakistan ends up more on this trajectory, whether that's wind power, whether that's, as you referred to, solar, is that a backstop is needed when the wind doesn't blow, when the sun doesn't shine, when it sounds like there are issues around hydropower potentially in Pakistan as well, when the water doesn't flow. And I think the example to extrapolate from Brazil is the importance of having a diversified energy mix. If I can give sort of the counter example, perhaps not an example not to follow, is surprisingly comes from Germany. So Germany, I think very admirably, is well on its way towards its green energy revolution, has introduced a lot of wind power, introduced a lot of solar, and was closing coal power plants and shutting down nuclear reactors at the same time, confident that it could rely on Russian pipeline gas as the backstop for renewables. So we saw how that story ended 2 years ago. Russian pipeline gas really was no longer a reliable option for Germany. So Germany went from 0 LNG import terminals to just in the past 2 years having signed contracts for 5 and have, I think, operationalized 2, maybe 3, 5 liquefied natural gas import terminals. So I think the cautionary tale, perhaps, is not to rely on any single source, particularly as hopefully Pakistan will pivots more towards renewables.
Yeah, and I think the German case is also important in the sense that there were a lot of stories at the time of European poaching buyers away, and that affecting Bangladesh and Pakistan in particular, but other emerging and developing markets as well, with the cost and going through the roof. Amar, I'll ask you one last question because it just came into my mind, and it's a conversation that's important related to natural gas and LNG, is this whole issue of the news cycle around sort of the role of corruption and bad deals being done and things like that. Touch on that a bit, because again, you look at that market pricing function and what happens, and if others want to chime in on that question, please do so as well. But touch on that and how hurtful that conversation has been in the energy ecosystem in terms of just the instability that it has inserted into the investment cycle.
Yeah, so I think we'll have to go back a few years to understand its context. What happened was Pakistan signed long-term contracts in a market when LNG was really just picking up, and there weren't many long-term contracts around. We got a good deal out of it, around like 13% of Brent crude, which is around, in terms of energy content, the same as what's in crude. So it was a fairly balanced deal. But obviously the whole political shenanigans came into the middle, and that was considered a very bad deal. Now, again, no one really knew. A lot of noise is created, but that noise is not really backed up by actual facts. So this is what happens when there is a lot of political infighting between political parties, so on and so forth. So what happened was that just, I would say, demotivated a lot of new investment in that specific area, and demotivated a lot of investment in energy, in any energy project. Because whatever happens, if someone sets a project, it's going to be like, oh, you know what, this is too expensive, this is too cheap, not understanding what the whole context is, what the context of the market is, so on and so forth. I'll just give you another example. When COVID happened, LNG was available at a very low price, around $5 per MMBTU, so on and so forth. But they're like, oh, why didn't you buy so much LNG at that point in time? People don't understand you can't just buy LNG and store it in a room. It just doesn't work like that. You need like dedicated vessels. You can't just say, okay, you know, I'll just buy LNG and maybe use it like 2 years later, like I'm using cooking oil. Just doesn't work like that. So I think it's time to maybe educate people more. And the really sad bit here is a lot of these stories were actually, you know, propagated by former cabinet members. So, and it wasn't because of any ill will, they just did not understand any better. It's difficult to explain to someone, listen, for LNG you need a dedicated vessel. You can't just say, okay, you know what, I'm going to store LNG at my home. It just doesn't work like that. So educating them, providing the necessary guidance, providing necessary advice, maybe even just like, is like spoon feeding them at this point, policymakers, that is critical, because when this does not happen, these rumors, this noise takes a life of its own, and the whole conversation just completely changes.
Thank you for that. Any closing comments from the other panelists? I think we're also at time.
I think I'll just respond to Iram's comment regarding state. Free and fair elections is the state taking a step back.
That's a good point. It's a very diplomatically made but excellent point, and I'll give that to you. On that note, I think this brings us to the close of this last panel of our conference. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. And this brings to an end our two-day second annual conference. Hopefully we will do one next year as well, and Kapil and I were chatting yesterday about the timing of that one. It might actually be a few weeks prior to the US elections because of how critical those will be. So I hope to see many of you in the room next year as well. And I think there have been really good themes that have emerged out of these 2 days of conversations. And what we will be doing, working with Josh and team, is to put out a top 10 takeaways document as an initial summary that can be circulated out. But then also developing, along with some support of the panelists who have joined us, including from Pakistan, a sort of short roadmap, right? Basically, as Amar said, spoon-feeding the plan, hoping somebody somewhere will read and pay attention to it. That's the most that we can do as an organization, as researchers, as people who engage with elite policymakers a lot, both here in Washington and in Islamabad and Rawalpindi. So with that note, please, thank you so much to you all for joining us, and I will look forward to staying in touch with you. Thank you so much. You were great. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Great to meet you. We'll talk again.
Yes,
when we are ready.
doing the
This is
podcast.
awesome.
Thank
Well
you so
done.